And welcome to this EIT Food Annual Event 2023. It is, of course, the 5th EIT Food Annual Event. And I want to send a very warm welcome as well to our online audience who are joining us from all around Europe and perhaps even further around the world as well. This event is the first of its kind in the Baltic region as well. As we all know, EIT Food unites a diverse number of stakeholders. Just look around you in the room and you will see experts and industry peers from the entire food value chain. My name is Jennifer Baker. I'm an EU policy journalist and I'll be your MC today. So the idea is to present the packed schedule, try and guide you through the agenda and hopefully keep everything on time, as well as getting your questions to our audience. Now, this year we're focusing on the transforming of food systems, demonstrating the power of innovation in addressing global food challenges, something I think we all know has never been more important. We will, of course, hear from startups in those innovation pitches. We'll hear their solutions to some of the big challenges that we face today, and those will be broken down into the 3 missions. It's a very missions-driven agenda that I will tell you more about as we go on. There will, of course, be expert panelists. You can see the chairs ready and waiting for their great thoughts and ideas, as well as breakout sessions. And once again, I'll give you more details about those as we get to that point in the agenda. Now, there is the app. I'm sure you've all had a chance to have a look at it as you've registered. So please do use that. You can see the QR code there. Use that to schedule one-on-one networking sessions. It's one of the core reasons that we love these EIT events, is the chance for people to meet face-to-face in parallel. There's plenty of time during sessions throughout today and tomorrow to do that. So please do take advantage of that. If you haven't already set up those one-on-one meetings, do so. Not while we're having our speakers, but do so in the coffee breaks and do so when you get a chance. The hashtag, because we do want you to share on social media, is EIT Food 23. We saw there earlier we have our Twitter wall. We're going to try and get people involved. You can see on your screen all the different hashtags and all the different tags that you can put in for Twitter, for LinkedIn, for Facebook, and for Instagram to try and share broadly with your colleagues who maybe aren't so lucky and couldn't make it here to Riga. Get them involved and by all means make them jealous. And of course the same goes to our online audience. We do welcome your input using all those hashtags via social media. We are going to be using also today Slido, which I will tell you about as we come to the panels. That's going to be used to gather your questions in the audience here and from the audience online, so we can be very egalitarian and democratic and get questions to our panelists. But that's quite enough from me. I am sure you really want to hear from those who matter. So we are going to have, to kick things off today, CEO of EIT Food, Andy Zinga.
Good morning. Welcome to everyone. First of all, I have to confess it's my first time in Latvia. Who here is from Latvia? Excellent. A lot of folks here. So thank you for hosting us here. It's great to be here. And I guess you should say welcome to us, right? So I'm saying welcome to you all to this event, but thank you for hosting us here. And it's great to be here today. I'm very excited to see you all here today, to see lots of familiar faces, but also lots of new faces, which I think this blood of new ideas and thoughts really helps us to progress as an organization. And we are all here together because we share a belief in the value of healthy, sustainable, resilient food systems, and a belief that to fix the food system, we cannot do this alone. A belief in the important role of collaboration in the future of food, and a desire to come together to make a real difference. We are here because of the challenges and opportunities that transforming the food system brings. We are here because we are improving food together. The future of food is ours, as well as that of future generations. And let me start on a serious note, and my advance apologies if I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, but this warrants repetition. Our food system is and continues to be in crisis. It is a leading cause of some of the biggest challenges the world is currently facing, from climate change, resource depletion, waste, and biodiversity loss, to malnutrition, disease, and obesity, threatening our planetary boundaries and the foundations of our society. All of this is happening against the backdrop of pressure from a growing global population, ever-increasing extreme weather events caused by climate change, and of course, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. This perfect storm that we're facing is affecting supply chains and food security across Europe and the world, and is having a real impact on everyone. There's no one solution to this. However, there are things that we can do to build resilience and better ensure food security and healthier food systems in the long term. And that is where the future of food actually lies. We urgently need to improve the sustainability of our food systems for the future, but we also critically need to build resilience to enable us to respond to the many serious challenges that we're facing in the here and now. And we must ensure that those sustainable food systems are adequately able to nourish our growing population. Doing nothing is not an option. We cannot just sit back and accept the status quo. To address these challenges, we need systems change. But what do I mean by systems change? Rather than tell you what systems change is, I'm going to tell you what I believe systems change is not. Systems change does not come from a single product, service, or idea. Systems change is not working us in isolation as individuals. Systems change does not reduce your competitive advantage. On the contrary. Systems change requires us to work together to co-create a better way of doing things so that everyone benefits. It changes the landscape for the better, for all of us. Systems change is about collaboration and not competition. It is a no-brainer. Systems change is actually transformation. So what are we aiming for as EIT Food? How do we transform the food system to be more healthy, sustainable, and resilient? By studying the complex challenges our food system is facing, we have focused on 3 missions for EIT Food. These missions give us purpose. They're behind everything that we do and going to do, and indeed, much of what we have done over the past 6 to 7 years since EIT Food was started as an organization. They define where we focus our efforts and our impact and our money, where we align all of our resources. They are where we put our emphasis. In other words, our missions give us purpose. Healthier lives through food, a net zero food system, and reducing risk for a fair and resilient food system. I want you to think about which of these missions resonate with you and what you're doing around what you're doing. And also, are the missions the ones that the person sitting next to you is involved in? These missions are interconnected, and we can't do one without the other. Last year, we asked you, our community, experts in the food system and in the challenges it faces, to help us, EIT Food, to define the landscape surrounding these missions. This resulted in the production of a rich insight report for each of them, and these are now published on our website. So I invite you to read them. And I thank Andrew Carlin and his collaborators for have driven this seminal work for all of us. They are substantial documents because our missions themselves are substantial, but they're also extremely significant, and they're helping us to better understand where we should focus our efforts and develop targets to aim for within each of those missions. Interestingly, when looking at these insights together and the targets that we have developed for them, we see common themes emerge which span all of the missions, And to address these themes, we're taking a portfolio approach. A portfolio approach is stronger than a project approach, and it is different to the way we have done things previously. Individual projects succeed or fail. Some of those outcomes are incredibly valuable, but they're usually not systemically valuable. However, when we take a portfolio view, then one project's success or failure can benefit the overall portfolio. Failures are actually really important. We often don't give enough credit to failure and the learnings that they offer. Failure is in fact a key part of innovation and knowledge building, but at the moment, we're not using those opportunities to learn as a community. Knowing what does not work or negative IP helps us to learn about what could work and to understand what might produce different or better results. One project's failure could be incredibly valuable to somebody else. It prevents us from going over old ground and means we can keep moving forward by applying the knowledge we gain from failure into different circumstances, systems, and landscapes. By taking a portfolio approach, we can focus much more widely on the systemic impact we need to address to the huge challenges that we face. And this is something with which one project alone will never be able to deliver. We work together. We fund and co-invest in whole value chain innovation, in skills, in public engagement, and in new business solutions. And we build on existing success and the capability of our community. This is how we will transform the food system together. Because of this, we have developed 3 priority portfolios which we will be concentrating on going forward. The missions, they clarify our purpose. The missions targets help us to get there, and our priority portfolios will create the biggest and best value changes along the way. That's why we are choosing to invest in the priority portfolios today. And these are our priority portfolios, and in honesty, you will be hearing and seeing a lot of those over the next 2 days. So I'm not going to go into very deep detail on them, but let me just share with you what they are on a high level. First of all, protein diversification. With this portfolio, we will bring protein diversification to the mainstream for both people and the planet. Our second portfolio is regenerative agriculture, and it is focused on enabling farmers to lead the transition to net zero. And our third priority portfolio is labeling, packaging, and transparency, which is empowering people in their food choices. In all 3, we will invest in increased partnership, skills, innovation, and new business models. In order to achieve our missions, we need to agree on the directional change and enable people to make choices about how they get there. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach, as I said earlier. There's no magic bullet, unfortunately. Different contexts and different situations require different solutions or a different combination of solutions. This is not about finding alternatives. It is about developing the right blends and the right combinations, choices, and options. And you will see this reflected in the targets that I have described in our priority portfolios. Protein choices, production choices, and technology choices. We will ultimately be measured by our response to the interconnected challenges our food system is facing. We are bringing you together here in Riga, and we are putting the money on the table. I want you to take the next few days to consider what is your role in the future of food. We may be facing many challenges, but I also believe that we are at a time of great change and of great opportunity. And I'm excited to be part of the transformation of our food system. And I sincerely and deep down hope that so are you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Andy, for setting the stage for us, highlighting the needs and the priorities, and of course, what we are going to be talking about in the coming days. As Andy has already said, it is all about a missions-based approach, and we're going to try and tie that together through all of our different sessions today and tomorrow, be they breakout sessions, panels, or as we have coming up next, those startup pitches. As everyone who's involved with EIT knows, startups are really some of the lifeblood of driving new, innovative ideas. So this missions-based approach is going to incorporate all that and focus efforts on improving outcomes for people and the planet. As Andy said, the external experts and the EIT community came together to identify those 3 missions, which are really targeted and really have a very clear aim. So healthier lives through food, a net zero food system, and reducing risk for a fair and resilient food system. Or as I like to think about them, inspiring consumers, empowering farmers and food producers, and improving supply chains. So we're going to talk about those. And our first session, we are going to hear the new cohort of startups that have just been announced. So this may be the first time many of you are hearing from them. That will start with this. First mission we're going to start with is actually the Net Zero Food System mission. So we're going to have to present that. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Nargis Shakir, Rising Food Stars Manager, to moderate the session.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the EIT Food Entrepreneurship team, we would like to introduce you today some of our most impact-driven startups that are really making those EIT Food missions happening on the ground and leading the way on impact. So as it was introduced to you earlier this month, we just announced actually the selection of 63 startups that joined our accelerators and scale-up program, so the Food Accelerator Network and Rising Food Stars program, from more than 1,000 applications that received this year. And among them today, the 13 new startups that joined the Rising Food Stars program. So for those of you that don't know about the Rising Food Stars program, it's an equity-free, 3 years hands-on program that is dedicated to empower aspiring scale-up that are impact-driven and that are really on their way, on their transformative journey to become the scale-ups of the future. This year we have 33 scale-ups in our program, and some of them will be sharing with you today their amazing solution through the 3 missions that we spoke about. So today we're going to start with Mission 2, and in the afternoon they're going to speak about Mission 1, healthier lifestyles, and then tomorrow we're going to speak about Mission 3 around fair and resilient supply chain. As you know, our economies are mainly destructives, and we need entrepreneurs to lead the way on transforming the food system with radically new technologies, business models, and mindsets that are regenerative, and could get us closer then to the net zero food system. Today we will hear about novel ingredients and technologies in the alternative protein space, such as the highly nutritious powder that is generated by green spot technology, or again, how betta fish is transforming seaweed into the next generation tuna that is plant-based, or again, how Onego Bio is developing the new white egg without chicken. We will then also move to hear from the agri space, where Cattle Eye, that is with us today, will tell us more about their autonomous dairy cow monitoring platform. And these are only sample of the impactful solutions that our startups are bringing to the world. For more information about the rest of the cohort, be it in our Scale-Ups program or in the accelerator or seedbed as well in incubator, please reach out to me or to some of the entrepreneurship team, or check our page, entrepreneurship.eitfood.eu. And please join us also this afternoon and tomorrow for the next pitching session. And with this, I'll leave the floor to Nina to present
Okay. Good morning. So my name is Nina Granucci. I'm the CEO and co-founder at GreenSpot Technologies. And our mission as a company is to challenge the food waste paradigm to feed a better future. And of course, we are touching a very basic problem, that's food waste. Everyone knows, but it's still shocking that 1/3 of everything that's producing food is wasted. And now we know that 50% of the CO2 footprint of a food value chain comes from this waste. So GreenSpot's solution is to produce the world's first range of fermented ingredients from side streams. And in one way, we help to avoid waste, and in another, we reduce the CO2 footprint from the food value chain. The current solutions for the side streams that we are working are feed, that's a low value and down cycle, to do extraction that generates further waste, or a direct application that has a limited use and also application in terms of food items. So GreenSpot is a complete and unique solution that tackles simultaneously all the main pain points of the food industry with no compromise. So the way we do it, we have developed a fermentation platform. It's a zero-waste platform where we use the side stream from the first transformation industry, like the peels and seeds of tomato processing industry. We apply our non-GMO strains that will transform and unlock the nutritional and functional potential of the side streams. Then we dry and grind to have these amazing powders that we call Ferment Up. We have 3 lead ingredients: apple, tomato, and spent grain. They are all nutrient dense, but negative in terms of CO2 impact by avoidance. Just to illustrate how we can use these ingredients, this is the case that we present in San Francisco this year for the Innovation Challenge of Kraft & Heinz that we won. And here we present our French bolognese, where is a plant-based bolognese, and we use our powders in 2 parts of the dish. The first one is the plant-based meat, where we place all the coloring, flavoring, and texturizing agents. And also we add in the tomato sauce, where we can reduce the amount of salt, because fermentation will produce compounds to enhance the perception of salt. So you can decrease the amount of salt in this formulation. So here we bring the functionality, the nutrition, and also the sustainability for everyday meal. This is just to illustrate that we have been quite aware of the customers that we have in front of us. We are listening to them to target our main ingredients to solve their problems. We have been quite successful in securing private and public money. We have been recognized by national and international awards. And as I said, we are very early on. We have maintained a dialogue with customers, so we know their needs, and we tailor-made our ingredients to solve the problem. None of them would be possible if I have an amazing team with me, with a diverse and purpose-driven team. But why we are here? So the time is right, and we are fundraising our Series A. We have already secured 70% of the round, but we need a good lead, and that's what they're looking for. We are a coachable team, so we believe that we can learn from others, and that's why we are in this network. And we also believe the power of the network of EIT. We start with the EIT Food Accelerator last year, and now we are Rising Food Stars. So we really want to expand the network to new partners. And we believe when objectives are aligned, things move forward. So we are here for circularity and transformation to have a positive impact, and we want to be part of the change. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah. And quite frankly, the oceans are too big to ignore, yet the following problems are currently being left unchecked. 700 million households draw their incomes from fishing, but are already struggling to survive. Meanwhile, 60% of all the world's fish stocks are overfished, 30% suffer from overfishing, yet seafood is the main source of protein for 3 billion people worldwide. But what does this mean for you, or us here in Europe? Put simply, unavailabilities and skyrocketing prices, to name just a few of the problems. So our solution at Better Fish is seaweed. Seaweed is it's our mission to make seaweed a mainstream ingredient in every food category. But you may be asking yourselves, well, why? Seaweed, as you may or may not know, is a regenerative ingredient. It requires no inputs to grow, so no fertilizer, no pesticides, no fresh water. It sequesters CO2 and has impact in that its cultivation benefits these millions of fishermen and women worldwide. And so we are turning sustainably sourced European seaweed into the first plant-based alternative to canned tuna that looks like tuna, tastes like tuna, and is affordable for everyone. And this is the new product that we are very excited to be working towards a launch of this summer. As I said, we named this product tuna, or however you want to pronounce it. And it's a tasty, healthy choice. It's high in protein, fiber, vitamins, minerals, but without the mercury or the other problems. And that means that consumers can save the tuna fish in our oceans without having to give up the taste and the products that they so love. So it's the same satisfaction, better health. We have a multi-channel and multi-category strategy, which allows us to effectively pick up our consumers in different segments. So not just in the supermarket with the can, for example, but while they're on the go, shopping online, traveling, or out to dinner. And we do this both under our own Better Fish brand, not Belter Fish, Better Fish, and by increasingly focusing on B2B, co-branding, and white label partnerships. So by offering tuna as an ingredient in this way, we can work with co-production partners, corporates, for example, to make new products under their own branding tailored to local markets. And our plan with this is, for example, to work in the long term with seaweed producers or fishing communities in Asia, in Canada, in America, to help fishing communities over there switch to seaweed cultivation instead to make products for their local markets. And talking about B2B and co-production, we actually we partnered up with a sandwich and food-to-go producer in Estonia recently, who are now making ciabattas, salads, and triangle sandwiches with our seaweed-based tuna. And these products are now on the Estonian and Finnish markets, which we're very excited about. And one of their products just won an award. So when it comes to our traction, we're proud to state that we have reached 7-figure revenues in 2022 and nearly, if not over 800,000 consumers. And we couldn't have done this without the support of Europe's largest corporate partners. In fact, our launch into Aldi Germany in October 2021, that was 4,000 Aldi stores, was the largest launch in the alternative seafood category ever. And we also launched into food service last year with L'Osteria, an Italian restaurant chain in 157 outlets in 8 countries. Importantly, however, tuna exists at the intersection of 2 of the most important food trends right now, seaweed and alternative seafood. It's a rapidly growing category, and in fact, the global plant-based seafood market is estimated to be worth $1.3 billion by 2031. And that's just plant-based seafood, not alternative seafood in general. So how do we help our partners? In the first case, by helping them achieve their sustainability targets, as our product is environmentally and socially friendly. And in November last year, Japan Airlines approached us with a problem. Their food options weren't sustainable enough. So now they're proud to offer tuna in their business and first-class catering. And although this was meant to be a 6-month partnership, it was extended, and it looks like it's going to be extended again. And in doing so, we're honored to be helping JAL achieve their net zero by 2050 carbon targets. And through the EIT Rising Food Stars program, we're looking to meet more similar partners who can help us expand the positive impact we've already had. tons and tons of tuna fish saved, bycatch saved. And so if you think you can help us on our journey in whatever way, investors, impact-based investors, corporate partners, white label partnerships, scan the QR code, get in touch, and let's connect over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Clicker. Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm Head of Public Affairs and Impact at Onigo Bio. I would like to introduce you to our company, Onigo Bio, and how we are shaping the future of food with precision fermentation. Unfortunately, Maya, our CEO and co-founder, cannot join today. Maya is a serial food tech entrepreneur, and actually Onigo Bio is already her third company. With Onigo, we have a clear mission. We want to disrupt the egg business for the better. But why for the better? The animal-based way to produce egg white is fragile, inefficient, a risk for human health, full of cruelty, and a true burden for the planet. But because of the very special functionalities, it's hard to replace eggs with substitutes. So if we cannot substitute it, then we need a better way to produce the real egg protein. And this is exactly the dilemma we at Onigo solve. A 10 times higher efficiency is reached when we produce real egg protein with precision fermentation, a process which is similar to brewing. Let me tell you how we do that. We have this super hungry microorganism called Trichoderma ricei. We feed it with glucose and other nutrients, and because we have trained it to produce our egg protein instead of its own proteins, as a counter gift, we receive pure ovalbumin. This new way of producing egg protein is, by the way, fully circular, and we can utilize side streams throughout the whole process. Our product, called bioalbumin, is a nature-identical protein, both from the nutritional and the functional perspective. And we will reach price parity because of our better technology, and it can be used in the recipes which exists already instead of the animal-based egg protein. While plant-based substitutes can cover some functionalities, bioidentical egg protein can be introduced into existing recipes vis-à-vis. For all manufacturers, this is, of course, great news because it wipes off all their supply chain problems, and it scores high across all environmental impact categories. And the most revolutionary part is we haven't even invented anything new. We believe the best innovations make use of existing technologies just in a new way. At Onigo Bio, we've taken the tech used, already to make enzymes and medicines, and just leveraged it to this new application. And guess what? Our technology is not only great for food production, but in fact, it's a net zero food production technology. Because of that, it scores very high across the most significant environmental impact categories, from land use to greenhouse gas emissions to water use. And now imagine this impact potential given the fact that in the US, over 100 billion eggs per year are produced. So how does our journey look like? We are a spin-off from VTT Technical Research Center, Finland, where experts such as our CTO, Chris Landowski, have been developing this technology already for decades. Now we already work with some of the best food companies in the world, and together with them we will serve the beloved protein we all know, but cruelty-free, without the poor efficiency and without the environmental impact from animal agriculture. Currently we're running different pilots and prepare launch and future production in the US, since unfortunately the European path to market takes us far too long for novel foods such as ours. Well, we have been spreading the word, and as you can see, we've got some nice acknowledgements along our way. But you never walk alone. We would like to collaborate with all of you, EIT Food, on making sure that Europe won't miss the train of the food tech revolution of precision fermentation as part of protein diversification. And to do so, we're looking forward to partner with all of you, rising food stars, and more EIT food partners. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I would like to introduce to you Catalai, an autonomous livestock monitoring system. My name's Adam Askew, I'm the CTO and co-founder of Catalai. My background has nothing to do with food or agriculture or livestock, it's actually in health technology. So I've spent about 13, 14 years in the health space using artificial intelligence to detect cancer. In 2019, I had the good fortune to meet my co-founder, Terry Canning, a serial entrepreneur in the agriculture space, and he had just exited his previous startup, and we got chatting around how merging our experiences could help benefit the industry, and that is where we established Catalai. So the continued challenge of feeding the world's population is getting harder. By 2050, it's estimated that the population will be around 10 billion. Which will require 70% more food than we have today, all while trying to drive down greenhouse gas emissions by 90%. And if the livestock industry is going to help on this journey, it needs to be more productive. And to do that, it needs better quality data. The global market for livestock monitoring is around 11 billion, and that's across the protein strains. So Catalai has started in the dairy space. We have some projects ongoing with poultry, and we're starting a beef project later this year. In the dairy space, we've really focused on productivity and farm inefficiencies. So in 2017, there was a study, and there was a difference of 32% found, or 32% of greenhouse gas emissions found between the 25% top performing farms and the 25% worst performing farms. So in order to address this, the farms need better data, and in order to do that, they need accurate monitoring. Poor animal management leads to premature culling. That shortens the animal's life and increases the greenhouse gas intensity for the output that animal generates. Catalai helps by monitoring for lameness conditions. So lameness is a painful condition in the animal's feet, and working to monitor on feed efficiencies. So we are able to monitor the animal's body fat to make sure she's mobilizing fat in the right way, as preventing waste in the animal's food stream and also preventing metabolic disease. The system works by using a low-cost camera. We transfer that data to the cloud where we run our collection of algorithms. So we have to detect the animal, track the animal, identify who she is in the herd, and then provide our health and wellness insights to the farmer. And these insights are available through our own application or via the farm's existing systems that they already have. To do that, we've had to build a world-class team, and that consists of research scientists in the algorithm space, data engineers, and industry leads, industry experts that know the domain really well. Our route to market is not direct, but is across the supply chain. So we work with the input providers as distributors. They already have boots on the ground, so that gets us onto the farms. And then we work with the processors and retailers as influencers to bring rapid adoption of new technology to the market. We have 100,000 cows on the system so far. Our farm furthest west is in California, and the furthest east is in Dubai. Catalai has a number of highlights throughout the year. Some of the key ones being multiple award winners, We've secured 2.2 million in grant funding. Our algorithms have all been externally validated through industry experts and academic leads, and then we have a number of patents, both granted and pending. Our ask to you in the audience is around partnership and help with distribution. So we want to have distribution set up in all territories. We want to work further with more input providers, more processors and retailers in terms of influencing the space, and then collaborating with other companies to help enrich the ecosystem. So Cataly's goal is to increase our annual recurring revenue to 13 million by 2027. And with that, we would love to hear from you, and thanks for listening.
Well, thank you very much indeed to all our pitchers. And of course, remember that you can get in touch with them using that networking app and perhaps set up some one-on-one meetings if you're intrigued and want to hear more. And of course, Nargis will be back later in the day to introduce you to yet more startup heroes who will be telling you about what they're working on. Now, as we saw those pitches, we're focusing under the mission Net Zero Food System. And one of the elements of that has become so clear that it's important is enabling farmers to lead that transition. And that's one of the priorities identified. So they need to measure and quantify the change to reduced CO2 equivalent emissions. And one of the ways to do that is, of course, using regenerative agriculture. It's creating new markets and opportunities to reduce food waste and focus on loss in production systems, and also empowering consumers, making their food purchasing choices count so that they play a key role in the circular society. Our next panel discussion is going to draw on some of those points, and I'm sure we'll elaborate on some of the things we've already heard this morning. It's entitled Enabling Farmers to Lead the Transition, because innovation is required. We saw some of those startup innovations. We're going to hear how that translates into agricultural effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So the transition to environmentally sustainable practices can be a challenge, can feel risky, can enable people to think, how are we going to make systemic change here? How are we going to measure the difference we're going to make? Things that include carbon pricing, carbon farming, and experimentation with new business models. All things that might sound daunting, but that we have to get to grips with. As Andy said, even failures can lead to new solutions in the future. So that's what this panel's going to be about. We're going to use the Slido tool that I mentioned to you earlier to gather your audience questions. So if you've got your mobile phones on hand here in the room, or for those joining online, go to your browser and input slido.com, sli.do or slido.com. Then you will be prompted to use a hashtag, and you can put in farmers as the hashtag. That will take you to our event. Alternatively, you can scan the QR code that you can see there on the screen. There's no need to download anything. You can be anonymous if you want. It's very GDPR friendly. So please do use that, and we will monitor that on our tablets and try and get as many questions as possible to the panel within the time. But with that, I'd like to invite, please, all the panelists and the chair of session 1 to the stage. So I think it falls to me to do a quick round of introductions, although as you can see on the panel behind me, we have a very varied and diverse range of speakers. We have Professor John Gilliland, who is Strategic Advisor, Practitioner and Innovator in Climate Smart Farming, Land Management and Policy Development. Howard Koster is Farmer and Research and Education Officer at De Bisterhof. Marjolein Brad is CEO of Food Valley from the Netherlands. And last but not least, on our panel, we have Ursula Friesen-Somoji, who is Deputy Head of Unit in the DG for Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. But on hand here to steer us all through, the maestro of this session, I'm pleased to hand over the floor to moderate the panel to Nigel Scollin, who is Professor and Director at the Institute for Global Food Security at Queen's University in Belfast. Nigel.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for those warm words of welcome, and welcome panel. I'm absolutely delighted to see this session leading at the front end of this really exciting EIT food meeting, enabling farmers to lead the transition. Now, I think Andy presented very excellently the challenges that we have in food systems. But also within that, you can dig a lot of this down, actually, that there are major challenges, but opportunities actually for farmers to lead from the front in the transition. Now, I want a quick hands up from those of you on the shop floor in front of me who actually has experience of working at a farm level. Hands up if you have actually got experience on the farm. It's actually only a handful of you. Look at the career opportunities you have in front of you. But the challenges at farm level are really, really high. If you're a farmer on the ground and listening to all of the many facets that a farmer has to deliver on, and we'll hear some of those from our panel in a moment, it is really challenging and I would suggest a rather uncomfortable place to be based at the moment, particularly when they hear a lot about, you know, you're a problem, your emissions, your environmental challenge, you're damaging biodiversity. But yet, as we're going to hear, the need for change needs to very much be led from a farmer level. And we really need to get to grips with understanding the role of the farmer and the fact that actually they own a lot of the land in Europe and further afield. And we're going to have to engage very positively to ensure that transition. Now, with that, my panel, John is going to lead with a short 10-minute presentation, and then my other three panelists are going to give us their thoughts on this, each with 4 minutes each, all precisionally timed. Now, I'm going to invite John. John, you can come up and start. When we get through this bit, please be considering your questions in Slido. We'll be going straight into Slido at the end of the thoughts from each of our panelists. So, John, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Thank you very much, EIT Food, for inviting me along as a practitioner. And I'm going to give a little plug for the next session. I'm also one of the 15 people on the Soil Mission Board, so I'm absolutely delighted that you will be signing the Soil Mission manifesto shortly. But to stay on message today, the reason I'm here is, first and foremost, I farm outside the city of Derry in Northern Ireland, a mile from the border, and my job is to actually lead from the front on how we deliver climate-smart farming. For the last 3 years, I have led an EIP operational group, courtesy of the European Commission and the Northern Ireland Executive, and it's about taking 7 farms in Northern Ireland on a journey towards net zero. And on that journey, we have done a lot of soul searching, we've done a lot of interrogation, and really what I want to focus on is what we see are the key issues enabling us as farmers to make a just transition. And starting right to the top is, what is the definition of net zero? And I will dig in a little bit deeper in the moment. The second issue is actually everyone's talking about national targets, but I don't farm at a national level. I have my own 80 hectares. What does it mean for me? And the complete disconnect from the conversation up here to what it means to me as the decision maker on my own farm. When I then look at my journey on my own farm, is actually, I not only want to baseline my greenhouse gas emissions, I want to baseline my carbon stocks. I've got a landscape. I want to know my own numbers. At the moment, I don't know my own number. Well, I do now, but many farmers don't know their own numbers. And if you're going to go on a journey, if you can't measure, you can't manage. So knowing your own numbers. When we go on this journey, we use life cycle assessment calculators, and inherent in their design is the fact that they use factors or averagings. But if I want to change my behavior, I actually want to be recognized for the behavior I do on my farm. And averaging does not help the innovators, the pioneers, the early adopters. So how do we go on a journey to build better accuracy, better measuring, reporting, and verification to get us to tier 3? And if we do this journey and we actually deliver positive change which society needs and wants, will my positive change actually be counted in 2 key factors, the greenhouse gas national inventory that all countries have, and also in Scope 3 emission declarations, which all our processors have for primary production. And in going on that journey, within my business is dynamic. You know, I not only create emissions, I also lock up carbon, I use some renewables. Am I going to be allowed to actually inset one against the other within my business, in my drive to net zero? And if that wasn't enough, we cannot look at the journey to net zero in isolation. Society expects of me as a farmer to deliver multiple public goods. So I'm going to highlight one particular one in what we're doing on the journey to net zero to improve water quality and to improve biodiversity. 2 really big challenges out there over and above net zero. So I make no apologies about starting first of all in my presentation on what we believe is the definition of net zero. It is not what is reported in the majority of the media out there. So net zero for us is where the sum of the emissions on my farm equals the sum of my additional carbon sequestered in my trees, in my hedges, in my soil, adjusted for any fossil fuels I displace through using renewables, or any methane I reduce through waste management. It is not about zero emissions, and I'm delighted that one of the 3 work streams in EIT food is about net, not gross. So I'm going to focus a little bit about what we're doing on what I call the forgotten brother, which is the carbon stocks on farmers' farms. It is currently not measured. Technologies have moved at a pace over the last 10 years. And 2, I'm going to labor because they're the ones that we reached out to find our numbers. The first one is using an aerial technology called LiDAR, where when you survey your landscape at 15 to 40 points per square meter, we can then look at our topography, we can measure the amount of carbon on our trees and hedges, and it's transformational. Particularly if we repeat it every 5 years, we can measure change. And precision soil sampling analysis, as we go towards regenerative agriculture and we use plants that have deeper rooting, legumes, particularly lay down carbon deeper in the soil. Can we actually go down and follow that carbon? So actually using precision soil sampling right down to 1 meter, not just to 30 centimeters. On our farms, we found 32% of our carbon was deeper than 30 centimeters. So when you do this, this happens to be an image of my farm, personal farm. And what you can see there is the different colors are the different heights and volumes of all my above ground biomass. And the LiDAR allows you to do this. And again, as I say, if I repeat it every 5 years, I will measure additionality or not. And when from that you can analyze and you can create a carbon asset register, which is, this one is mine for my above ground carbon on my farm. And you can see I have 2.38 kilometers in hedges, but I also have 48 hectares in woodlands. And when you add all that up above ground and below ground, I've 1,350 tons of carbon sitting within my woody plants. If I then go and use my soil sampling analysis and look at my soils, we find, lo and behold, in my soil that we have another 6,600 tons of carbon. And if I convert all that into carbon dioxide, on my farm, before I produce an ounce of food, I have to manage 24,400 tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. Now, in my job, I get doorstopped a lot by concerned citizens because I've got cattle on my farm. And they criticize me. And I just say, hold on a moment, before you criticize me, how much carbon do you look after on an annual basis? And they look at me as if I've got two heads. Well, in my case, I know that figure now. I look after 24,400 tonne of carbon. And my aim is, in 5 years' time, when I measure again, I'm going to have 26,000 tonnes. So I've now got a figure. I've got a target. And that certainly, as we go on that, is as we build those carbon stocks, will the increased carbon stocks from using this really good measuring, reporting, and verification process actually be captured and counted in greenhouse gas national inventories and in Scope 3 emission declarations? And the clue is in the name, emission declarations, not net carbon. So when we did this over our 7 farms, lo and behold, we found our 7 farms are actually managing over 500,000 tonnes. And we've now set ourselves a target. Could we get to 540,000 tonnes in 5 years' time? Just like we're building targets on emission reduction, can we build targets on carbon increase on our stocks? And if we do that, who will pay for that additional carbon at a credible price? Because remember, there are 2 prices for carbon out there. There's the statutory one, which is the European Emissions Trading Scheme, 70, 80 euro a tonne, and there's the voluntary market, anything from 15 to 30 euro a tonne. Will we be paid properly? And when we do all that and we compare our net against gross, lo and behold, you find that every farm is in a different place. There is no silver bullet. You need to unshackle farmers and allow them to know their own numbers to see where they're strong, where they're weak, where to prioritize. And lo and behold, you find that some livestock farmers are already beyond net zero today. But nobody has paid them the courtesy of measuring them and giving them their numbers. And I'm going to finish off on 2 things. And one is about how governments also need to go on this journey. This is a snapshot from the Greenhouse Gas National Inventory. The reason I'm focusing on it is our industry gets reported on that on an annual basis. It is a spreadsheet designed in 1990 and is now shoehorning agriculture in. But it's never had a sector like agriculture that is operating in the energy silo, in the agriculture silo, in the land use change silo, and in the waste silo. And until they create an additional mechanism for a single legal business to inset one against the other, you will never deliver net zero for farmers. Because farming is a very broad business. It is a systems-based business that will create emissions, which we have to reduce, will sequester carbon, which we have to increase, will use renewables, and will embrace waste reduction. So policymakers out there, you need to help us go on this journey, help us on this transition. And when you do that and you add in likes of renewables, you can see you further move those people towards net zero. I want to finish off by saying the key thing in this is we can't look at the journey in net zero in isolation. And one of the benefits of the journey we've gone on, where we've focused on this robust measuring, reporting, and verification, is we can use these digital data sets with different software to give you different answers. This graphic slide I'm showing is one of our 7 farms, Hugh Harbison. He's a dairy farmer. And this is a risk runoff map. So it tells us during extreme rainfall, and as we go on this journey, and as farmers adapt to our changing climate, we will find more extreme rainfall events. The reason this is important is that is the time that nutrient, soil, pesticides leaves our farm and goes into watercourses. Now we know exactly where it runs. The yellow and red are the runoff risk. The red is where we're high in soil phosphate, so those are your critical source areas. And we can now focus in making sure that we do activities in the right place to the right scale. And on Hugh's farm, what did he do in his critical source area? He switched, in our case, from perennial ryegrass to putting herbal lays in, going down the regenerative routes, particularly putting in things like chicory, which has really long, deep roots, opens up the soil, and it allows then for him, first of all, to displace his nitrogen fertilizer, to open his ground, to let water infiltration into it, so there's less nutrient going into the water course, but dramatically improved biodiversity. We had a 300-fold increase in earthworms when we went from a monoculture perennial ryegrass to a herbal ley to a multi-species sward. I want to leave it there and say thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to your questions in the panel session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. So, really insightful message there on the importance of enabling the farmer to understand what information they need in their hands and what they actually control. Once you've got the information, you can measure, you can manage. Thank you, John. So, Howard, please take us forward.
Thank you. And thank you for having me at this important event. And also thank you, John, for ending your presentation on the other ecosystem services as well. Because I have three main points that I would like to make. And the first one is that we also saw with the EIT food and with Andy speaking, the importance of systemic approaches. However, if I see that then regenerative agriculture is enabling farmers to lead the transition towards net zero, for me, that's not as systemic as it could be if we look at other functions that agricultural soils can also have, such as providing biodiversity, water regulation, nutrient cycling. And I think what John showed us is how complex and important it is to measure things in a right way for the MRV. And I think it's really good that we're making such great strides with carbon, but I would really, really advocate, please don't forget about the other things that our agricultural soils can do for our society. And let's get the show on the road to start measuring these as well, and also to start paying farmers for the services that they're delivering, so that sustainably produced food can actually be cheaper than less sustainably produced food. So that would be my first point. My second point is I've only been a farmer now for 1.5 years. I farm in the Netherlands, and I don't come from a farming background. So when I decided I wanted to be a farmer, first I had to learn about farming, but second of all, I had to find land. And land in the Netherlands is a very big issue. We have a lot of uses for land and not much land. And this means that access to land is difficult, but also that the price for land is very high. And 1 hectare of land that we farm on now is 75,000 euros. This immediately makes it difficult to extensify in a farming system, because the price of land does not necessarily reflect the agricultural value, but it's also reflecting, are we going to build solar panels on the land? Is there going to be an industrial area? Does Schiphol, our airport, want to buy it so that they can reduce their nitrogen emissions? So in that sense, the price of land, the value of land, is an issue in sustainable farming. And we need to look at mechanisms in which we could perhaps even take the land out of the free market and regulate pricing. Or for example, our farm on 25 hectares is owned by a grassroots corporation, Land van Ons. It's citizens who want to see a different form of agriculture, and they buy land with membership money and they lease it back to farmers below the market price in order for them to extensify. So that's my second point. My third point is about extension services, about getting the right information to the farmers. And in the Netherlands, we had a world-class extension service system, publicly funded, publicly institutionalized until the 90s, and then it was privatized. And these same extension service officers, they ended up working for the big industries, the industries that earn their money from a high input, high output system. Now, if as a government and as a society, we say, okay, we want agriculture different, and we want lower inputs, but the people who have the farmer's ear and who have the farmer's trust are people who represent the big industry and work on a commission basis, then there's friction there. And we need to look at how can we get extension services back to being impartial at the public level and well-informed and also trusted by the farmers. So I think those are three quite large topics. I only have 4 minutes, so I'd like to leave it at this, and I look forward to some questions later on.
So, brilliant. Thank you very much, Howard. We'll move straight on to Mycelium. Thank you.
Hi there. Pleasure. Wonderful to be here today. And as John and Howard already pointed out, it's difficult to transition into new practices. So what we should allow the farmers to actually have the time and take the time to do so. I'm going to give you 2 examples of how you can actually enable farmers to do whatever is needed and just make sure that the ecosystem around it is set up as such that it's easier to transition because time is allowed and also because the risks and revenues are being shared. And for that, I would like to take you to the early 90s, in which the European Union negotiated a trade agreement with North America, in which the European financial institutions got access to the North American markets, and the North American agri-food companies would get free access to the European market with their agri-commodity products. And from one day to the next, the farmers that were producing lupine, soy, faba beans were more or less out of business because, as you can imagine, a large-scale production in North America produced cheaper commodity products. Now, fast forward 30 years later, Europe actually encourages farmers to become more protein self-sufficient, to be more self-sufficient in the production of crops for human consumption. And as you can imagine, farmers say, I'm not going to move because, hey, 30 years ago, we had that business, and now how can we assure that everyone else is on game for the next coming decades? And what needs to be done then in that case is you need a long-term vision and you need everyone on board. So that's more or less what we've been working on together with, in this case, the Dutch government, but also with a Dutch coalition. We first organized farmers jointly in a producer organization, about 65 farmers, so that they stand stronger in the negotiation power towards retailers. And what we subsequently did, we put processing industry next to it, crop innovation companies, obviously, to make sure that adjusted to the current climate conditions, as well as the caterers and retailers to make sure that whatever is being produced, that's also being uptaken and also being paid for. So in that case, you share both risks and revenues along the chain for multi-year in order for things to actually have that systemic change that Andy also referred to. You need everyone to change in order for things to happen. So that means you need to allow the ones that need to do it to take the time to actually manage it. Now, on a different note, we are currently working on a regenerative innovation portfolio jointly with EIT Food, which has a similar approach, which is we say, okay, the farmers, like John, they need to be able to transfer and make sure that they do it in the right direction. But at the same time, you also need to make sure that the ecosystem services that Howard referred to, like agroforestry, etc., is being paid for, as well as that the financial incentive and the instruments are being changed, as well as that the corporates and the larger companies that source from those farmers actually change their sourcing strategies in order for the farmer to actually be able to produce, one year not, the other day yes, because transitioning also is failure. And in that portfolio of landscapes of different farmers that we address, we also make sure that the learnings and the failures are being spread across Europe in order for others to learn about it as well. So that's also a regen innovation portfolio that we work with to allow the farmers to change and make sure that everything else, farming, sourcing, etc., is being changed along the value chain. So that as a starter.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And last but not least, Ursula.
Thank you very much, and it's nice that I intervene at the end, because I think that's how policy should be. I am from DG Agri, as Jennifer said, and we are doing research and innovation in the field of agriculture, forestry, and rural areas in DG Agri itself. So very close to the sector and very close to the common agricultural policy. And that's the way that we try to translate what we hear on the field, also from John, from Howard, on what you said, and also the other speakers this morning saying we are facing challenges. So how, with the support of the policy, we can turn those challenges into opportunities and to create an enabling environment where, yes, there is a changing context, of course. The question is how we provide the public support to make it sustainable at long term and to help the transition to take place. So it's always very interesting to see how the sector reacts and also to see where you see the innovation path, and also from the farming sector, where do you see that there are opportunities and possible bottlenecks. And we try to identify all of them and to handle them in a policy perspective and to translate it and to provide tools. And so what we do for the moment and what we have changed in our way of doing in research and innovation from the EU perspective is to do research innovation with farmers, not only for them, but by them, with them. We have Horizon Europe instruments and we also have CAP instruments. As John said, we have the EIP, which is also a way of testing solution on the field with farmers, but we also have the multi-actor approach in Horizon Europe, which is also a collaboration between farmers, researchers, sometimes with regional authorities, and the food system sector all together, so to find solutions that can be afterward deployed and upscaled at a higher scale. And that is for us a major challenge. So how these individual innovations and at the same time researches that are taking place can be shared across Europe, but also outside, and to make this green turn happen. And so we also focus very much now on social sciences and behavioral change. What are the bottlenecks that prevent the green turn happen? And that's why also I am very interested on this exchange that we will have later on to understand where we can improve. We had our agri-research conference just end of month, end of May, and it was a very interesting debate about what we can do in research innovation perspective in the close future, from 25 on. So also I hope that I will learn today on your needs and to see when we can work together to make it happen. And one thing, and we'll come to that, and it was nice to hear from EIT also in the presentation this morning, this mission objective. And John already said, we are also working on Horizon Europe in this mission perspective. And it's really a new way of doing. It is, and you have said it, it is ecosystem services we are speaking about. We are speaking about consumers. We are speaking about citizens, how we behave when we consume. So that is a common approach, how we can all together reach the objectives we have. In our case, and we'll talk it later about the soil mission, so how we can all together reach better soil health, which is one of the principles to provide food and to provide healthy food. But in other fields also, it's a common approach. And it has been said several times this morning also by EIT. We do it together. To make the change happen, we need not only farmers, researchers, all the food system actors, but we also need citizens. We need consumers on the board. So that's why it's nice that we have all these people around the table and that we can discuss. We will be able to make this change together. Thank you.
Okay. So, Jenny, I think you're coming back up to give me a hand. So, going to be looking for the questions coming in from Slido. And just as Jenny's coming on, I just want to probe a little bit, if I may, John in particular, to open up. John, you've had the opportunity to go on a journey to be able to measure, report, verify on this carbon stocks, but also demonstrating that actually you can gain more information on water runoff, etc., pollution, etc. How do you take that forward at a wider national scale and a European scale? Because you seem to have had quite a unique experience.
Well, the journey we've been on quite a long journey. Particularly grateful for the help we got through EIP Agri, but actually our journey's been longer than that, and it's about empowering farmers. Our experience, certainly in Northern Ireland, is where you give farmers really good information about their own farm, not their neighbour's farm, they actually rise to the challenge. And we ran some catchment pilots between 2017 and 2021 on 3 different river catchments. And 80% of the farmers signed up. 80%, and after 2 years, we put a team of social scientists in to try and understand some of the cultural changes needed and the barriers, and we recorded 80% behavioral change. And as a consequence of that, we've now secured 45 million to baseline every field, tree and hedge in the whole of Northern Ireland to empower farmers on their journey. We work on the principle, if you can't measure, you can't manage. Farmers should be allowed and given help to know their own numbers so they make better quality decisions. So a bottom-up approach where they are empowered to go on this journey of a transition.
Okay, thank you. Now, Jenny.
Well, we've got more than 30 questions already and technically fewer than 30 minutes left on this panel, so we're not going to get to all of them. But I am going to group together a couple that I think are a little bit related. So Gemma Testel was asking, how do we make realistic opportunities for young people to enter farming? How do we tackle one of the hardest challenges in Europe to farming, which is also access to land? Ionis is adding, most of farmers lack education in agriculture. How can they lead the transition without an academic background? And then we have, how do farmers do intergenerational technology and knowledge transfer? So I think all of those questions focus a bit on the challenges, particularly for younger farmers.
Okay, Marjol, may I ask you to comment on that from engaging younger farmers and bring them in, and then I'm going to move to Howard. So, Marjol.
I would have guessed that you would have asked the farmers.
No, I'm going to go the other way around this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that what we see in the producer organization with the farmers that we have just talked about on this protein-rich crops, the first example, we see that you put the younger farmers next to the older farmers just to make sure that they jointly sit in a producer organization and learn from one another. And as such that they're also able to learn the new practices and stand stronger towards the retailers. So that's maybe the answer to incorporate the younger generation.
And that's why I wanted you to go first, because you've got to be able to show the supply chain pull and the opportunity for markets and suck in young farmers. You know, there are opportunities here. And then Howard.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point that you make, and it's also a lot about perspective. And I know at the level of the Netherlands, this is a hot topic at the moment because the government is not really able to provide a long-term vision, link that to perspective for farmers. And I know at that EU level there's a lot going on and there's a lot moving towards this long-term vision of how do we want to arrange our food system on the long term. And that needs to trickle down to national and regional level, because at the moment, yeah, farming is not sexy. And to offer this perspective will also allow the next generation to want to take up farming, and not only the son of farmers or the daughter of farmers, but also the new entrants. And there are some people like myself who come from the side and they go in, but then people look at me and say, you must be crazy. Why do you want to become a farmer now? And I want to become a farmer now, first of all, because I think that's what is necessary. And second of all, because I do think farming can be a beautiful lifestyle and part of a community. But to do that, we need to go towards a new food system, a new form, and we need the consumer, we need the value chain, and we need the farmers.
I would like to add to that, Nigel, if I can. It's what we see is if you put, like with everything, if you put positive attention to it, like, okay, regenerative farming is the new way forward. More protein-rich crops for human consumption. Then that gets an automatic also response to who wants to join or doesn't want to join. So it's also a matter of how you approach it and how much attention you give it from a positive perspective.
Okay, and there are 1 million young farmers in Europe. Okay, but you don't have to be young. You can enter in. Howard, I will not ask you about where you are, but you can enter in at any point. You know, but the key issue is there are major opportunities here, and this is an industry that is going to flourish again, I believe, at ground level. But it will be much more data informed, much more market, much more business orientated, etc. Major change coming up, Jenny.
Well, another couple of questions I'll group together from Muriel asking, how do we ensure inclusivity? Not every farmer will be digitally proficient, so how can we ensure that everyone can access and leverage these technologies? And Thomas is asking, how do farmers, or how can we help farmers select the right tools, platforms, startups, etc., without paralysis by analysis? So a little bit about how we can incorporate those digital tools.
So, okay, John, what's your thoughts on digital tools and wider access to tools and data?
Well, there are two comments. One is, as we allow the younger generation in, they're far more digital savvy than old codgers like me, I have to say. So getting young people in is the first thing. The second thing, what we've done on our journey, is although we've used digital technologies to measure, how we've actually communicated the information is in lovely colored maps. And so a lot of our farmers don't need to be digitally savvy, but when they get a lovely colored map or the LiDAR images are really graphic, you get their engagement without them having to be all hands and fingers on the digital technology. So it's how you do that knowledge transfer is equally as important about as how digital savvy you are.
Okay, Howard. You want to comment?
Yeah, I also think that the inclusivity regarding digitalization, but also languages, it really links into regionality and bottom-up projects, initiatives, cooperatives, because Europe has the tendency to do things top-down and come up with ideas and have the trickle-down concept, but we also need farming is so local, and there are such specific circumstances in the local regional context that in any way, whatever we do regarding farming, it should be localized. And we also want localized food chains. So in that sense, you can also apply your digital technology and your platforms and your farmer communities at a regional scale so that the inclusivity follows by itself.
Okay. Marjolaine, would you like to comment at all around this?
No, just I nodded because in the front row is Jolijn. She's my colleague, and she works on this regenerative innovation portfolio, and it's all about making it local.
Yep.
And then spreading the best practices and learning. So I see her nodding like her head will fall off. So tomorrow she will have a workshop, so anyone who's interested. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just to come in, yes, digitalization, as we see it, is an opportunity. And I think how to make the sector attractive is also to speak about farming as something positive. Yeah. The context is challenging, I think, in all the field, also for farming. But just to say, the last crisis in the COVID and the war, we are still having food in Europe. So I think in that perspective, you can say that we have achieved something with the CAP. And also in the European society. So we do not have a problem of affordability food, at least in Europe. That is an achievement. We need food. And one of the presenters in the first intervention said that, yes, we will need more food in the future. So we need our farmers. The question is how now we use these new tools, for example, the digital, to make it attractive also for newcomers. And that's the question is how to attract young people, but also how to attract more women into farming. It will also diversify our activities. So there is a lot of change going on, but as we see it, it's also positive changes that can also attract people that before might not be attractive by the sector. With the digitalization, it's a different way of doing farming, or we have, and that is something maybe to address. There is very different ways to do farming in Europe still today. You cannot compare what you are doing in the Netherlands and what is happening in Hungary, in Romania, in Malta. It's completely different. Small farm, big ones, organic farm, livestock farm. So there's so many different types of farming. It's good that we have the diversity. So what we try to do is to provide tools, and in research innovation, when you look in our work program, we try to give some opportunities for innovating in all these different types of farming system, different sectors, different rural conditions also, because as you said, all those farmers are evolving in principle, in a rural environment. So the vitality of the rural territory is key for making also this agriculture happen in a sustainable way. So yes, it's a complex issue, but digitalization is, of course, an opportunity.
So thank you. So that diversity in Europe, what I'm hearing and agree with, is absolutely critical. That's the beauty, the complexity of what's in Europe. And we want that elevated and working much more effectively and leading in the transition. Jenny.
Well, we had someone who asked the flip side question, because we are inclusive, asking, apart from developments in new tech, such as AI, precision farming, and so on, is there scope to explore traditional farming methods as a way to reach net zero?
Okay, absolutely. John.
Well, I mean, for me, regenerative agriculture is actually what my grandfather did. And the difference is the digitalization has now been allowing me to put the science rigor behind it, but I am switching back, in my case, from a monoculture of perennial ryegrass and an addiction to synthetic nitrogen to using herbal lays with legumes and herbs based within those. That has allowed me to do it, but I now know the benefits, and I can then show society that by making that switch, I've reduced my greenhouse gases, I've increased my soil health, I've increased water infiltration, I've increased biodiversity.
Okay, Howard.
Yeah, it reminds me of our breakfast conversation in which we were talking about that regenerative agriculture and this transition, it's all about a journey. And I think here it's really important to stress that this journey has multiple pathways. And we have a dot on the horizon where we'd like to get, and this dot is net zero, it's regenerative, it's replenishing the resources rather than depleting them. But there are multiple ways of getting there, and technology is one. Looking at how it was done 200, 300, 2,000 years ago is another one. Combining them is key. So it's not exclusive, it's inclusive for all these different ways.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jenny.
Yep, Aya Munir actually from IAAS was exactly making that point about the need to combine indigenous knowledge and practices with new technological solutions. Another question from someone who prefers to remain anonymous is that we have touched on individual farmers, but what role do cooperatives play in systemic transition?
Howard?
So our farm is owned by a citizen cooperative. Without them, we couldn't have access to land. So I think there's a first example of cooperatives. And then second of all, we have 25 hectares and we're very diverse. We're planting, this year we planted 200 hazelnut trees. But then, luckily we have a few years before we're actually going to get hazelnuts. But then you start thinking, what are we going to do with these hazelnuts? And 200 hazelnut trees, there's not enough hazelnuts to actually buy processing equipment and packaging equipment. How are we going to market our hazelnuts? Luckily, there are various farmers in our region that are also getting into agroforestry, and they're also planting hazelnut trees. So we're already forming a cooperative now, thinking about how can we actually set up a regional brand of provincial. We're in Gelderland, so we'll have the Gelderse noot, the nut from Gelderland. And which role can every farmer play in this so that we can actually combine our forces? So I think cooperatives in general are very, very important for the type of farming that we would like to do.
Okay, Ursula, would you like to comment?
Yes, just very shortly, because for us, the cooperatives is a way to enhance the farmer position in the food system. So they are a key element to make that farmers gain a better price from what they produce, the biomass they produce, from the bioeconomy. So how we can better involve the farmers in this decision making and in the added value, and so they get the benefits of the added value they produce. And also coming back to the behavioral change, the question is also how we can emphasize the need for this transitional change with the cooperatives, because they play a key role also in relation to the farmers. So they can help us to make this transition change with farmers by marketing together, by processing together. So that is all a cooperation, to say, between farmers and this organization to make in the food system the farmer positions better.
Yeah, so inclusive partnerships. Howard?
Yeah, it is interesting to mention also that we should look again at our history. And at the moment, some of the biggest agricultural industry players in the Netherlands, they're also cooperatives. And somewhere back in the day, this also started as farmers coming together and saying, hey, we should set up something. And then it evolved into like a very big multinational companies with shareholders, etc. And now we're going back to, hey, we should be small farmers with cooperatives. So we should also look at the past. How did that evolve? And how can we learn from the lessons of the past so that we can prevent certain mistakes?
Okay, Jenny.
And learn from them what they've learned so far.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, next question, Jenny.
I'm going to group together a few questions because they're all sort of pertaining to downstream efforts. Eugene asks, what are your thoughts on existing food preservation options and what could be better? Someone else is asking, how urgent is the problem of lack of remote control of food processing and storage? How much can it simplify the process, reduce the cost on resources? And someone else asks, have you considered freezing as a way to decrease land usage and food waste? There are freezing options preserving up to quality up to 90% after a year of storage. So how do we sort of group all those together and move forward?
Storage, waste, etc. at a farm level. Howard, would you like to comment at all around that?
I think some of these questions are a bit more at a larger level than for us. Of course, at our farm level, we're really looking into circularity and regarding the waste streams, we'll do a lot of composting. From the market garden, we do a lot of fermenting already and trying to. And then the nice thing is when you've got too much crop in the summer season, and you can ferment it or process it in a different way and actually sell it in the winter again. It's not only preventing food waste, but it's also adding value to your produce. So we try that at a farm level, but if we look at the larger chain level, then this is a bit out of my expertise.
Okay. Anybody else like to comment? Is it a different type of question?
It's a little bit downstream,
yeah, Jenny,
I think.
we're going to move on.
A couple of questions, I think, sort of directed rather at the Commission. Damien from Danone is asking, how should we radically modify the CAP to redirect subsidies towards a regenerative agricultural transition? Another question regarding how regulation can dovetail with this sustainability, and how do you consider the nature restoration law in Europe as an opportunity or as a threat to farmers? How do all these policy points work together?
So I think, John, this is an area which you started in to highlight that policy needs to go with us on this journey and the need for recognizing what your narrative was to us this morning, John. So from your perspective, where do you see the need for policy now to lead and intervene?
So there are two parts to this. The one is the policy development, but two, making sure the policy is evidenced properly. And one of the challenges we have, I still believe to this day, that we don't have good enough baselines at an individual farm level. Because remember, it is individual farmer decision makers who are making decisions. If I look at soils, we've got some really good soil maps, but the precision is not down at the individual farm level. And so we've two bits of it. How do we get policy that empowers individual farm policy, farm decision makers? And also making sure that the Commission has sight of that resolution so that they can find some way of doing a collective approach. For us on the journey to net zero, there were two key areas that we saw were blockages. One is all countries have a greenhouse gas national inventory. Currently, the silos don't talk to each other, as I've explained, whether you're emitting greenhouse gases, building carbon stocks. We have got, at a Commission level, we've got the carbon removals framework coming through from DG Klima, but you still, until 2030, will not be allowed to use one as an inset against the other. So you're not properly incentivizing or unshackling farmers, and we need to get that right. And then as we look at the drivers for processors and their relationship with us as farmers, the Scope 3 declarations are real tools for changing how processors and farmers interact. But the clue is in the name. It is a Scope 3 emission declaration. It is not a Scope 3 net carbon position. And actually, the legislation, the target for 2050 is net carbon. It's not gross carbon. So we've got a disconnect, and we need to bring those together.
Okay.
I would actually like to refer to a news article that I read a couple of weeks ago, which was with regard to the Nature Restoration Act. It was about 45 large corporates said that the Restoration Act is an important act for moving things forward, because they said if you really want to, they said, the corporates said, if you really want to move into regenerative agricultural practices, you need to also reward what the nature restoration part of it. So that actually also already signaled that even, in all walks of life and within the whole society, people are aware that you need all the different dots to be connected in order for the system to move forward. So corporates asking for a Restoration Act signals that they know it's necessary, they know it's helping them to source differently, and they know, and it was also a call to the financial institutions to reward it differently. So that actually shows that we are at a certain point, I guess, in Europe, but in this food system, that people see that it's not only farmers, but it's anyone else that actually has a role to change and move forward. And to make that link to the regenerative innovation portfolio, what we ask corporates to do is to do the sourcing together, to see that if there's different pockets where they have different kinds of doing agricultural means in Europe with different crops, that they jointly make sure that they buy the right crops from the right farmers so that they can actually start producing, which allows then for the farmer to also take the time to do so. So it's a societal change, I would say.
Excellent.
If I can react on the questions, at European level, as you know, we are working on many different legislative texts and trying to make this green turn. Natural restoration law, we are now finalizing a Commission proposal on the soil health. We are running our soil mission that is already started in 21, and many, many others. I would say the success of all these regulatory works depends very much on the societal expectations and the societal readiness to go as far as possible. So let's see, but we are working on that. How it will succeed, and at the end, what kind of legislative framework we will have in which we can work and improve, will depends very much on the other institutions and on the citizens' engagement for this change, because this change has a cost, as inaction has a cost. And that's something that we also try to demonstrate. Action has a cost. Inaction also has a cost. And the question of measurement, as John said, that is key. And whatever we do, we try to measure what we do, whether it is ecosystem services, whether it is soil health, whether it is carbon sequestration. It's a lot about measurement. And when it comes to measurement, it's also a question of ownership, what we know. And we already discussed with John in the breakfast. So that is a question of trust. And how Howard said today, we need to trust each other that those data, it is useful to collect them, it's useful to use them in a way that it is impactful for the farmers and for the whole society. So, but we are very much working in that perspective. And after, about the question was how far we reward this additional effort that farmers are making for regenerative agriculture. If you look at the CAP and the different instruments that we have inside of the CAP, there are many incentives that member states can use and after farmers can deploy to make this change. But that depends very much on the implementation itself and after by the farmers whether they be subscribed for these activities. But I would say that in principle the tools are there. Okay. And the transfer of knowledge is important. So how we can do that, and in what sense to do that, in principle also in the CAP you have the tools to make these advisory services we already discussed work.
Okay, John, a brief response?
So the word I want to say is integrity. It's really important that both from a policy side and from a farmer point of view, the journey we go on this transition has integrity. Because the easiest way to get behavioral change from farmers is that they have confidence that the process they're going on has integrity. I have no problem now if farmers have seen the journey that our ARC Zero has been on. We had our closeout conference last week. with a lot of farmers interested because they see there's integrity in this measurement, and that actually measurement is their friend, not their enemy.
Yep.
And actually they can use that to get this monkey off their back in regards to we're a pariah in society. We farm, we're treated as second-class citizens. This is about reclaiming our own self-esteem and doing it with integrity.
Okay, Jenny.
I think, given the time, I'll probably group together three what are probably quite good wrap-up questions because they're quite broad and I think will allow the panelists to actually answer in a way that suits them. Someone is asking, what's the average cost of transition for a farmer? If someone has those figures to hand. What do you consider to be the most acute technical problems in farming and food processing currently? And what is the one measure needed now to enable farmers to accelerate on the transition?
Wow. So there's big questions in there. John, do you want to broadly comment on?
What I would say is I know what the system for the whole of Northern Ireland is costing is 45 million. There are 1 million hectares, so that's £45 per hectare. So roughly €48 a hectare is what our measuring, reporting and verification is costing. And we think that is worth it.
Okay, Howard?
The average cost is very hard to say, I think. It depends where you're coming from and where you want to go to. I know that for us at our farm at the moment, there's a 2-year transition from conventional to organic, and in those 2 years we have to do everything organic, but we cannot sell our produce organically yet. So if I look at the very easy example is last year, because we have a lot of conventional manure in the Netherlands. Last year I received €6,000 to spread manure on my land, which was conventional manure, and this year I paid €6,000 to spread organic manure on my land. So there's already a €12,000 difference just in that. So there are costs, and I think then to connect that to the other question, to take away the risks for farmers in this transition, and you need the whole value chain for this. You need public bodies for that as well to help farmers spread that financial risk. Because at this moment they've got their business model, they need to transition to a different business model, which is still slightly unclear for them. In the meantime, they're going through this transition in which they're reducing their inputs, but the soil life is maybe not providing it. Spread that risk, help the farmers in taking those challenges with a bit of security for them.
Yep.
And then the last thing I want to say is, and that's something that's been coming through quite strongly already from a lot of answers, storytelling. Storytelling is super important, and storytelling through MRV, but also inviting people onto the farm and showing them why things are important.
Storytelling with integrity. Marjolijn.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the question is being asked, is it costly for the farmer? Because it's the cost should be, the risks and the revenues of that change should be more in that ecosystem. And that's, I think, the solution to the answer. Give the farmer time, make sure that you have your commitments on procurement from the corporates, make sure that you have long-term vision, and make sure that whatever the farmer does is being paid for eventually. Maybe not directly, but eventually. So it's a cost, hopefully, in this journey that will be taken by all players, including ourselves, the customer, who have a choice each day to make the choice for something regenerative, for instance, or organic, something made with care, and something else. So it's all of us.
Thank you. And Arthur, your final words around this.
On the average cost, I would say it is impossible. It's so diverse from the situation, from where the departure moment, the baseline, and after what you want to reach. And that's why what we do in the CAP is that we calculate with the income loss and the additional cost. And that is very high variation between member states, between regions, between sectors. So I think it would be difficult to do it. And that was a question on the main technical problem, I think you said. I would turn it differently. What we haven't mentioned this morning is climate change. From our perspective, there are challenges related to climate change, desertification of some of the lands in the south of Europe. Come to it, because that is a real issue. There we need really innovation. How will we solve this problem if part of Europe will desertify and we still want to produce food? How to adapt to this one? How to help farmers to adapt to this one? So for me, it is a real key challenge, climate change.
Thank you, and I think that's a really excellent point to finish off on. You know, the nexus that exists between food production, net zero biodiversity, and the third element within EIT food, fair, transparent food systems, and climate change. That nexus is absolutely at the core of what this discussion's about. But the farmer is right at the heart of it. This is complex, but I take away from it that it's partnership. We need partnership working at a degree that has never happened before, but it's right across supply chains. But the farmer is very much at the heart of it. So I hope we've instilled that sort of message through to you. We could continue for much longer, Jenny, but I know our time is up. So thank you, panel.
Thank you very much. And can we have a big round of applause, Nigel, for your work as well? So, Nigel, thank you for your excellent moderating. You can't see that, but it is the adoption of an organic olive tree to each of our speakers. So thank you all very much indeed for your insight. Thank you. Thank you, Ursula. We've also had more than 50 questions, which of course we didn't get a chance to get to in the time, but some of those may be pertinent to some later panels, so we'll try and save those and answer as many of your questions as possible. A final round of applause. I think we can let all our speakers, apart from John and Ursula, go. Thank you. So there is a reason I've asked our speakers to stay on stage, and that's because we are going to have now the signature of the Soil Mission Manifesto between the European Commission and EIT Food. And Andy, please join me again on stage. So, and while we're, well, you can take a seat or you can stand, I think we will get you a microphone, because this is where we're going to have the signature signing. It's a little bit like a wedding. We have a large piece of paper for you to sign. So I'll hand the floor over, Andy and Ursula, to you to say a few words about the mission. Well, you have the mic. You have the Madonna. Yes.
I can handle it.
There you go. Yep, you're good.
Can you hear me? No, I don't think so. Yeah, it works now. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much from the EIT support. I will speak a little bit about this Soil Manifesto and about the Soil Mission itself. And I have also the very high pleasure to have with me John, who is part of the Soil Mission Board. And I will tell you some words about the Soil Mission itself, about the Soil Manifesto, and at the end, we will have the pleasure to sign it together with EIT. So the Soil Mission, we have launched it in 2021, and it is a Horizon Europe tool. It's a new way of doing, and we have already discussed it longly this morning, and it's also a mission. As EIT is working on mission, we also work on missions. So we have identified at European level 5 key areas. One of them is soil health, when we need to act more broadly. Also driven by research and innovation, but not only. That is a societal challenge. Soil health is a societal challenge. We have measured and we have tried to estimate the level of unhealthiness of our soil in Europe, and around 60% of our soils are unhealthy, so it's a real issue there. And as you know, as you can understand, that is a key element for producing healthy food. So that is also why we decided to have a mission on soil health, and we're very proud of that. We have built this soil mission with the mission board, who are experts. We have 15 experts working with us from the beginning. Now we are running the second wave of mission board, who are helping us in the implementation of the soil mission. And so that is a work together between Commission, between experts, and between the whole society. And we are working around 4 blocks. As you can expect from research and innovation and Horizon Europe, we are doing research and innovation, so we are still lacking of knowledge and innovation on soil. The particularity of the soil mission that we are not only tackling the question of agricultural lands and agricultural soil, but also forestry, urban areas are covered by the soil mission. So that is the soil health issue on all kinds of lands. So we are doing still research and innovation, But we also do other kind of things that are not expected from Horizon Europe. We have a very strong focus on monitoring, and that we have discussed several times today. We are lacking data, reliable data on soil. And so that is a main block on the soil mission about monitoring, how to progress on monitoring on soil health. There is a third block, which is the key element of the mission is living labs and lighthouses. We are supporting 100 of living labs and lighthouses, and those are, and that I think can be of your interest, experimentation and demonstration sites across Europe, meaning we are testing concrete solutions on the ground. As Howard said, we need concrete solutions that works on the real sites, and that can, after, we hope, be deployed and upscales at a higher level, at European level, because that is the European added value. We test concrete solutions across Europe, but the objective is that we can upscale it at a higher level, and so in that way we will be able to reach the target to improve our soil health at European level. The call is still open for 2023, and that is the first round of living labs that we are launching, so we hope that it's still time for you to consider and to participate if you can. The call is open until the end of September. And the fourth block, which is the main particularity, I would say, of the mission, is the citizen engagement and awareness raising. That is a whole block of action which is targeted on awareness raising on soil health issues and citizen engagement, including schools, regional communities, all the stakeholders that are on the soil health issue. And now I come to the soil manifesto itself. So we have decided to launch this soil manifesto that is part of this awareness raising and engagement part of the soil mission, to engage with the whole society, with legal entities and with private individuals for soil health. And the way to do that is to sign up the soil manifesto. We launched it in April this year with Erin all together. And now we have more than 1,340 subscribers for this soil manifesto. 178 are legal entities all across Europe. We don't have from Latvia so far, so we hope that this event today, maybe it will happen. We already have from one Latvian individual who signed up the soil manifesto, but no legal entity so far. And among the legal entities, we have also a lot of research institutes, companies, and 3 countries are very prominent in this field: Spain, I think Belgium, and the third one maybe Italy, where we have the highest rate from legal entities. And when it comes to individuals, we have also countries from where we have more than 100 of people who have already signed up to the soil manifesto. So they declare themselves being friends of soil health. That is a citizen engagement for soil health. And we have also there, we have France, Spain, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and also India very much involved for soil health, because it's not only, and also in the framework of the soil mission, we insist very much. Of course, it's not only a question of Europe. We have soil health issue all across the world, and we have very strong cooperation with many countries who are looking at our initiative on soil health and where we can work together and share our knowledge. It's a lot about knowledge sharing and experimentation sharing, so we can improve all together. I would like just to mention very shortly that we are also launching a mission implementation platform. And those people who will sign into the soil manifesto will get also the services of the mission implementation platform that we launched beginning of the year. And that we will have a long soil health week in November from the 21st to the 23rd, I think, in Madrid. That will be dedicated to soil. And then we'll have different events from soil fair to the prep soil meeting, and we'll have also a whole event of USO, which is about monitoring of soil health. So we hope that you will be able to participate and be part of this event. And now I will give the floor to EIT, maybe to some words before signing the manifesto.
Hello. So I figured I'd come up here. I got just a few project project pieces to share with you all. It's a real honor to be here now, and it's great to have John Gilliland here of the Mission Board. So great to have you here, and of course, Orsolia. And we are very proud to be signatories to the Soil Mission Manifesto in just a moment. As a partnership spanning both research, corporate, startups, innovators, academia, and more, we actually today represent the diversity of actors necessary to move the needle on such a complex issue. And indeed, soils are very complex, and achieving healthy soil is difficult and expensive, as we've already touched on a little bit in the discussion beforehand. Farmers need support in the transition, that is clear. Knowledge and skills, funding, and networks. And innovative solutions and sustainable agricultural management practices must be brought to scale and made accessible in order to enable a more sustainable production, for example, precision agriculture and regenerative agriculture, but there are others. Also to alleviate productive pressures on land and the transition to better diets, for example, personalized nutrition, traceability, and protein diversification. To support the value chain in this transition, there's a need for dedicated, sector-specific financial instruments. And again, we touched on that also a little bit earlier. The only way we can deal with this complexity is by working together, which again, everybody seems to agree with. Private sector engagement and investment will be indispensable for this particular transition, and it has immense potential to bring us back to within our planetary boundaries. But it won't be sufficient on its own. Public authorities must provide clear guidelines, actionable policies, and relevant instruments to foster this important transition. That is why EIT Food collaborates with such a wide and diverse partnership. And look at how far we have come as a partnership. Just some examples of projects relevant to soils that I wanted to share. For example, Regenerative Agriculture Works. That is a project where 1,200 plus farmers were trained across 8 countries. 166 farmers were in advisory programs, including the measurement of various outcomes from these practices, including soil health and nutrition density. And we produced several multimedia materials for the public. Also, test farms. We connected 80 plus innovators with farms to test, showcase to investors, and to receive that all-important farmer feedback, whilst farmers benefit from the innovations that they can now test on their farms. And lastly, the so-called Grow workshops, which involve 2,000 plus farmers with the aim of making them into entrepreneurial leaders who drive the adoption of digital technologies that the previous panel also talked about. And we need to do more and fast together. In sessions right here this afternoon, we will present to you all the Regenerative Innovation Portfolio, which aims to remove barriers to adoption of regenerative agriculture. And we'll also share with you about the Carbon Plus Farming Coalition, which will establish viable pathways for farmers to achieve carbon reduction and removal and benefit for the transition. This issue is urgent. We and our partners are doing much, and we will keep striving to pass on to future generations a better food system. But we need a clear signal that Europe is walking the talk. We are therefore honored to join the community of signatories, and we invite everyone in this audience, just like Orsolia said, to also sign the manifesto and join us in this commitment. Thank you. So this is the big moment.
This is a big moment. Thank you very much. Thank you for this.
Thank you very much indeed.
And here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well done.
Well, thank you and congratulations. And this isn't the end of our photograph taking, because in just a minute I'm going to invite everyone in the room to come up on stage for a big family photograph. But first I'll remind you of a couple of bits of housekeeping ahead of our lunch break. Remember to please use the app in order to set up those networking one-on-one meetings. You can go to Conversation Starter and use that tool. Please do set up as many of those as possible. We've got 90 minutes, 1.5 hours during the break for you to meet as many people as possible. That's right. Naturally, there will also be lunch served. A buffet lunch will take place out there in the foyer, and we will be back in this room, the plenary room, at 1:30 for our next discussion, which will include some more startup presentations and another panel. So I think everything is clearly being cleared. So if everyone, and I mean everyone, could please make their way up onto the stage, we will let our photographer get a big photograph to prove that we were all here. a warm welcome back to those of you joining online. I know we're having lots of interest, people using that hashtag EIT Food 23 to share on our Twitter wall, but also across other social media platforms as well. Lots of interest, lots of excitement from across Europe and beyond. We're back here in the plenary room for another one of our mission-based pitching sessions. This is where we're going to hear from the new startups, the new entrepreneurs, and what sort of technologies and solutions they're bringing to it. This mission, we heard this morning about the movement towards net zero, but this mission is looking at healthier lives through food. And I'm going to hand the floor back again to introduce us to this section to Nargis.
Hello again, good afternoon. Hope you had a nice and energizing lunch. So as explained this morning, we will continue our tour of some of the most impactful startups that we have in our cohort in 2023. And we will move now to what we call Mission 1, Healthier Lifestyle. The startups that we will hear from today, not only they are providing solutions that are beneficial for the planet, but they are also putting people and their health at the core of their missions. So today we will hear about novel ingredients and technologies, such as the highly nutritious chlorella algae ingredient that is developed by Algae for food and dietary supplements and also feed. We will hear also from Bosque about their Mycelium revolution to create plant-based meat, and from Enzyme about how they are unlocking the potential of enzymes to improve people's health. Then we will have Agrain, who will tell us more about how they are making nutritious flour from the brewer's spent grains in terms of circularity. And last but not least, we will have with us Vertify that will take us through their AI solution for personalized meals, supporting people to make better food choices for their health. And remember that these are only a sample of the startups that are in our cohort of the 3 programs of Incubator, Accelerator, and Scale-Ups. And if you want to hear more about them or want us to connect you with some of them, please reach out to one of the members of the EIT Food Entrepreneurship team. And without overdue, I'll leave it to David, the CEO and co-founder of Aliga.
Thank you. Just get the mic. Thank you, Nargis. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, good. Hi, my name is David Erlandsson, and I'm the co-founder of Aliga Microalgae. And we are a Danish-based food tech company that is specializing in cultivating and producing microalgae ingredients for food, feed, and dietary supplement applications. When we set up Aliga back in 2016, we did that with an ambition to bring algae from a sort of niche dietary supplement product into core food ingredients. And we saw, however, that there were quite a few challenges and barriers to bring algae into food ingredients. And we identified 4 of those, which was the low yield. Most algae sold in the market was actually cultivated in Asia with very low yield. You're talking about 1 gram of algae per liter biomass you're producing. We could also see there were big variations in the batches, and that is something the food producers or food manufacturers really dislike. It should be a stable supply batch after batch. And of course, you have the challenge with strong color and off flavors with algae. When you're having the green chlorophyll color, for example, is really difficult to mask in food. And also the off notes, like if it's a saltwater algae, taste of sea. If it's a freshwater algae, taste of old pond. So how do we do then? Instead of growing it phototropically, we're using heterotropic technology. It's a fermentation technology where we're using glucose as energy source. And the reason we choose this method is that we are much more efficient in our cultivation. We are reaching around 100 grams of algae per liter biomass in 24 hours, compared to the traditional way where you reach around 1 gram in 7 days. Secondly, we're also very stable in the quality batch after batch, which is something our customers and the food manufacturers are demanding from us. We are also having a very I would say, sustainable technology, because we're using industrial land, we're using less water, and some electricity, of course, but compared to other crops grown in the field, we're not out-competing them when we're doing it on industrial land. So at the moment, we are 25 people in our company. We have 2 production facilities, one in Denmark and one in Netherlands. In Netherlands, we have a production capacity of around 200 tons per year, and in Denmark, we have around 40 tons per year. And our facilities are FSC 22000 approved. They are kosher and halal, so we are selling into the food market today. Here's just some pictures of our Dutch facility, and as you can see, we got quite a lot of room there. So we are right now having a Series A round to invest in further production capacities to scale our company further. So we saw the issues with the volume, the yield, and the quality. Then the hurdles were taste and flavor. So in 2019, we had the Danish food company coming to us and saying, really like algae, it's really nutritious and really good to use in food. Problem is taste and flavor. Can you do anything about that? So we set up a project where we want to remove the gene that is producing the chlorophyll and do that in a non-GMO way. So we set up a project where we did a random mutagenesis for around 2 years. It's like a natural selection process where we managed to develop an algae that is free of the gene producing the chlorophyll. And this product is much more neutral in taste and flavor, and the improved organoleptic properties in it makes it easier to apply in a broad variety of food formulations, from plant-based meat, plant-based seafood, and plant-based cheese, all the way into bakery, savory, sports nutrition, etc. And it has a natural content of protein, around 40%, so it's not an isolate, it's a whole food ingredient. And also it's quite rich in B12, iron, other vitamins and minerals, etc., which can be used as a complement when you are making food formulations for that. We also done some trials at DIL, German Test Institute, where we added it together with pea, and we can see that by adding our algae together with pea, for example, in a high moisture extrusion, you increased the fiber formation, you get a much juicier mouthfeel and a better texture in the products, which we also can see when we're doing plant-based cheese. And this is a study that was done by a university in Denmark, and they can see by adding some algae powder into the formulation, you get a higher firmness, you get a high elasticity, and manage to overcome some of the issues you today are having with plant-based cheese products. This is just a line of our whole product portfolio. We are working with a supplement, with the green one. We have around 50 brands in Europe today buying our supplements, and then we have the food ingredients and, of course, the feed. And this is our own dietary supplement brand, which is selling on the Danish market. Currently, we are having around 150 trials with our white chlorella out in the market, and working on those. We have around 10 companies using the product today. We have distributors in South Europe, in Taiwan, and in Malaysia, and also in Israel, and some in the US lined up as well. So, yeah, now I can see my time was up as well. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Hein. I'm fairly new to this company called Vertify. Quite some time already within EIT. I'm new, and I was told it's always good to start with a personal message. So I'm going to do it, but it's not my message or my story to tell. It's actually Jochem to give a bit of an intro. He's the CEO and founder, and a few years ago he came around that when he has a gluten intolerance. When he was looking for recipes, he found out that every time you say, I have gluten intolerance, which is cool, you can then say, filter those recipes out. That's actually a good feature, but he said, I don't want to filter. I think if I can change those ingredients, we can keep all the recipes alive. We just have to change ingredients. So, this is a problem here on I thought we were discussing a different slide, but this is actually a problem I don't have to tell you all about. What I do want to share with you is that we are here to enable better food choices. So not only for personal health, but also for planetary health. So Jochem thought about this 5 years ago, thought I'm going to build this engine with clever people, nutritionists, AI developers. It took him quite some years, but now it's here. We have this meal personalization engine, and we're doing on multiple industries, we're helping people to make those better food choices. So actually, on the bottom you see the engine, and to make it a bit more condensed for you this afternoon, we have 2 business units. We have a consumer-facing business unit, which is called Nuri, and we have a B2B business unit, Vertify Solutions. Let me start with the consumer. So what we have here is that we now can, if we ask people and consumers, what is it you want to eat, or what is your diet, what is it, lactose-free, is it less salt, we can then change all the recipes you're looking for within our platform. And in the future, that's our dream, of course, on all the platforms out there. But we're working not only on a consumer level, we started in the med area. So I'm not going through all the biomarkers here on the screen, but you can imagine if you put in all this info, and I don't have to tell you again that all these biomarker startups and scale-ups and companies are getting bigger and bigger and larger and more addressable for consumers. You can also, by filling it out in our system, then go to recipe sites and have meals according to your diet. With Roche, we're currently starting a clinical trial in Rome, where we'll be working with an oncologist who knows an awful lot about nutrition when it comes to therapy. So, in his field of breast cancer, we're looking after summer that starts, and we're hoping to see great results coming out of that clinical trial. Just to give you a bit of an idea where we're heading and how we're heading. So, we're starting with breast cancer. We're also starting with more nutritional conditions as a follow-up. And in the, let's say, near future, we're of course going down towards more the consumer-facing proposition. And then, and that's interesting to talk with you these coming days as well, I'm talking a lot about health here, but of course, we imagine people more and more want to eat on a planetary benefit as well. Again, within this group, I think we all agree, but it's not just us out there on the planet. Let me take you back to the other element, the B2B section, that's the Vertify Solutions, and that's where we want to make impact. That's why the company was founded, and I joined recently. And we thought to make impact, we have to change behavior, we have to nudge behavior, and that's what I was just explaining on the Nuri side, but we also have to have this reach within our field. So we're starting to build that reach already with our Vertify Solutions business unit. So we are hooking up loads of recipe platforms in the UK and the Netherlands, and on those platforms, we of course implement our AI technology. Currently, we are doing that to promote also brands, so also reach out to, there are not too many brands here this Congress I've noticed, but if there are food brands wanting to promote their ingredients in many recipes within the Netherlands or UK, please come to me, that would be great. But we also talk to retailers, of course. So we're currently, as you see, there he is, Jochem. We won the Carrefour plant-based, what was it called? Plant-based Challenge 2022. So we're talking not only to Carrefour, but of course to Carrefour and other retailers in Europe to implement this technology to really to make recipe content dynamic, not make it static, but really alter it to personal needs. That's the business we're in, and then, as you can see here, we can swap in, swap out ingredients. I see my time is gone, time is up, so let me just share. No, I'm just gonna say one more thing I really wanted to talk with you about, because there are quite some investors here. We are currently closing a pre-Series A round, and we are still actively discussing and seeking for investors. So if you think this was an interesting story and you are in line with our ambition and our mission, I would love to meet you these days. So thanks for that.
Hello. Let me just see if I can figure this one out. No? Okay. Hello, my name is Aviaya. I represent a grain. Let's take a look at the core of the problem. There's no easy way to say it, so we'll say it as it is. We are eating the planet. With more than 8 billion people to feed every day, and the same amount of Earth that we have always had, the math doesn't add up anymore. Until now, the solution has been to cut down more forest, grow more land, eat and feed more animals. But what if there is a solution that's not about more, but about using what is already here? That is what we're doing in a grain. And the solution is upcycling. After brewing beer, there's a huge grain surplus. And every grain, it's very difficult to say, and every grain we mill into flour. Flour packed with proteins and fibers, natural aromas, and beautiful colors. Enough flour to feed the world without cultivating more land. Every time you replace 1 kilo of wheat flour with 1 kilo of spent grain flour, you are returning 2.7 square meters of land to nature. Whether you're baking small or large. So you can see we're a company on a mission to change the food system, to make it more circular, and to return resources back into the food chain. When we're brewing beer, we are using an enormous amount of malted grains every year. 200 billion liters of beer every year. It's the third most consumed drink, just surpassed by water and tea. From the 200 billion liters of beer, we have a side stream of spent grain, 40 million ton across the world. From this, we can make 8 million ton of flour with 20% protein, 50% dietary fiber, and 9 essential amino acids. When we compare to other flours, we have no land use. We don't use water in our production. We take water out of the grain. And our greenhouse gas emissions are 30% lower, even with the small-scale production site we have now. A grain flour is super versatile and easy to apply for the industry. It's 100% plant-based. It gives softness to the crumb, and it has a high water absorption. Here you see some examples of where you can already find a grain. We also did a private label setup with Carlsberg, which is kind of fun because it's beer. So if you have any questions on how to upcycle or to make the world more circular, I'm open for discussion, and I wish you all a great conference.
Hello, my name is Jordi Lopez. I'm with Enzyme. It's a Swedish startup with a grand vision. We want to make manufacturing more sustainable, cost-efficient in every industry, like the food industry. But we're also active in pharma, in cosmetics, in chemicals. And we use a technology based on enzymes. So we develop processes that use enzymes as catalysts, as you would have in the chemical industry. I'm coming from the chemical sector, so I really like this approach. And I joined Enzyme like 2 years ago. And today, if we focus on solutions for the food industry, we have a new catalyst that is going to be available end of this year to make healthier oils and fats. And with a lower cost of production, with more purity, it can reduce also the trans fats, it can reduce hydrogenated oils, and it provides savings to the producers. We're also developing a sweetener called Kojibios. It's a low-calorie prebiotic sweetener. And we have other projects that we would like to continue or find new approaches to make them move to the next level, like upcycling lactose in dairy and also reducing sugar content in juice, so we can convert the sugars in juice into fibers. Our approach is based on enzymes, and we want to use them in a way that is more cost efficient. So we can take enzymes from commercial suppliers, food-approved enzymes. We can develop also our own enzymes, and we attach them on a porous material that works like a catalyst that we can load into a fixed bed reactor, so it's continuous manufacturing, it's scalable, and we can obtain high productivity. So we are talking about a small reactor of a few liters can produce ton-scale productions. And with this approach, we can reduce the cost in use of the enzyme. So our enzyme stays in the reactor for many weeks, for months, so we can enable new processes, new chemistries to make more affordable food ingredients or other products. To do that, we have a big team. So we have a strong R&D team covering enzyme engineering, the catalyst development, data and automation, because we need to screen for many enzymes. We need to develop the catalyst with real process conditions. And of course, we have the process development team that can model the process and also work on the piloting. And we can do that in a very fast pace. For example, the Kojibios sweetener, we took a paper from University of Ghent. We took a license for one of the enzymes that they were using in this paper. We produced the enzyme, we developed the catalyst, we defined the process and the piloting, and we transferred this to the bio-based zero plant, also in Belgium. And we did a first piloting campaign where we produced kilo-scale samples that we have shipped to many food producers around Europe, but also in the US and Asia. If we are talking about oils, for example, with our new catalyst, we can provide solutions for many different types of oils. So you have the commodity oils that are being used for margarine spreads. So we can improve the productivity, the purity, also switch some processes that are based on chemical processes into an enzymatic one with less CO2 emissions, with more purity, with less toxicity. We can also provide solutions for structural lipids that are being used, for example, in chocolate, in functional foods, infant formula. And in the oleochemicals industry, you can also use this catalyst for personal care ingredients like surfactants or emollients. And we are here looking for more collaborations, more projects that we want to launch. It's our third year as a Rising Food Star. And our revenue model is based on developing a catalyst, supplying the catalyst for a given process. We can license the process, and of course, we can also produce the final ingredient, and we can use third-party facilities if it's a high-value ingredient, but we are also open to joint ventures. I will be around here today and tomorrow, so if you have any questions, it will be a pleasure to be in touch with you. Thank you.
The green one? Hi everyone, it's so nice to be among so many innovative people who want to change our food systems for the better. Let me figure this out. Sorry. My name is Sarah. I work as Chief of Staff at Bosk Foods, and at Bosk Foods we unlock nature's potential for our food system and beyond by working with Mycelium, the incredible root structure of fungi. Bosk Foods was founded in 2021 by Isabella Iglesias Musacho, who sought out to create something game-changing, a fermentation platform that has applications across industries, starting from biomaterials going into cosmetics, but initially focusing on food. We're a team of around 15 experts with years of experience in biotechnology, engineering, and food production. And although we're building this entire platform of fermentation, we wanted to tackle an industry that is one of the biggest drivers of climate change. And this is something that unites us, and this is something why all of us are here. We're here because 34% of global GHG emissions are produced by the food system. 34%. We're here because 70% of all arable land is used by food production, while only producing 37% of the global protein demand. And we're here because 72 billion animals are killed worldwide every year for food production. And although we know about all these problems, and all of us want to create something that meets consumer demands, we're still not there. We're still lacking something. We're still lacking products that meet consumer demands. Meet demands in terms of health and nutrition, in terms of meeting taste and texture parity, and in terms of price. And for us, that's one of the biggest drivers. That's why we sought out to create something game-changing. Products with uncompromising taste, nutrition, and affordability. We basically sought out to create better than meat products, the alternative to the alternatives. And as you can see here, we start with whole-cut chicken and pork fillets who have an incredible filamentous texture by nature, who don't need a lot of downstream processing, and who are highly nutritious, high in protein and high in fiber. How do we do this? We use a completely circular approach, upcycling waste streams from the agri-food industry as our feedstock, basically turning waste into food. We use existing facilities to retrofit for our potential, facilities that would otherwise go to waste. And we can use our leftover substrate to be used as feedstock for other industries, like the insect industry, for example, can be turned into biofuel, into biomaterial, etc. And this circularity enables us to meet our dream goal, to meet price parity with animal meat. From the beginning, this was one of our biggest drivers, as I said in the beginning. And right now, we're already rival plant-based prices, and in the future, we'll be able to rival meat. We did this incredibly fast. In only 2 years, we scaled up from benchtop to pilot. Right now, we're at around 80 kg per month, scaling up to 500 and then to a ton of output per month, only with our pilot facility, which is huge for a fermentation company. And we're then building our first large facility with an output of 30 tons per month. This facility enables us to go to $5 million USD of revenue by 2025 and increasing to $116 million US of revenue by 2028, turning our already signed LOIs into paying customers and achieving incredible margins of up to 60%. And we're not moving mountains alone. We're working with incredibly innovative chefs from all over the world, producing products that meet consumer demand in terms of texture, taste, and price. And together with Matthew Kenny, as you can see on this slide, we're actually hosting our first restaurant pop-ups in the United States at the end of the year. And I've saved the best for last, our incredible team, as I said, with years of experience in biotechnology, scaling mycelium companies, which is really hard to find, let me tell you, and scaling production and food companies and building partnerships all over the world. That being said, join us in our revolution. There's really no better time to work with Mycelium than today. We're right now raising our pre-A round, open to talk to strategic investors, but also partners who want to jump on this revolution with us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you once again to our wonderful startups who I think are really keeping that thread going and reinforcing this missions-based approach that we've talked about. We are now moving into yet another expert panel discussion, and once again we do want to gather your thoughts, your questions for our speakers via Slido. So just a reminder, you can go to slido.com in your browser or sli.do, and you can put in the hashtag there, farmers, or you can scan the QR code, hashtag protein this time for this panel, and you can put that in and that will take you to the questions, or you can scan the QR code there that you see on your screen. And of course, we welcome questions from our online audience as well. This is another way for you to be engaged. Now, as we saw from all those startups, they are all working under the Healthier Lives Through Food mission. And bringing protein diversification to the mainstream has been one of the priorities that was identified under the mission. That means more consumers need to have better choices, they need better access, and they need it to be affordable, and they need healthy products that also allow them to make informed choices, so they need actionable information. So a lot of things need to come together to make that happen. We're going to talk about all of that on the next panel. We're going to talk about accelerated innovation to market, an enabling policy framework, and consumer confidence, all three needing to feed into each other, work off each other to deliver that change in action that we want to see. So I'm going to hand over to the chair of this panel, who is going to lead us through it very ably. Please welcome to the stage Kari Tromsmo, who is the Open Innovation Leader at Danone and President of the EIT Food Think Tank on Protein Diversification.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. I'm honored to be here with you today to lead a panel session on protein diversification. And I have the pleasure to invite my panel members up with me. We have Acacia Schmidt from GFI Food, and she's also a member of our think tank on protein diversification within IIT. We have Enno Ense from Milzu Foods, and also from Riga. Thank you very much for being with us. Sophia Kuhn from EIT Food, who will also be giving an introduction to us about protein diversification and consumers. Last but not least, we have Robert Johnson from Mosa Meat, who will also be joining us today. Thank you so much. Before we go into the discussion, I'm going to say a few words about the EIT think tank as we're hosting this session, and I will also hand over to Sophia, who will give us an introductory talk. Then we will get to our discussion. Slido is open, so you're welcome to already put any thoughts and comments onto Slido, and we will be taking some of those questions as we go through the session. But first, the EIT is a great community, more than 250 members. And Maria Lisa, who's in the audience a while ago, found out we need to set up something. We need to leverage this huge network, all those experts, and create a think tank with EIT and with EIT partners and stakeholders, which we did. So we are formed as a network of experts in order to foster structured dialogue, identify barriers to protein diversification, and find strategies to overcome them. Now, do I have a clicker? These are some of the members of our think tank. There is now also a website. You can scan the QR code and read more about us on the website. We established our vision in 2050. By the time we will have reached a net zero food system, we need to ensure that within that net zero food systems, all consumers, everybody also has access to a diet which is not only sustainable and resilient, but also healthy, nutritious, tasty, but also affordable. Everyone should have access to that. So we need to take all those elements into account when we move forward on this path. The first outcome of the think tank was a white paper published in December. You can scan the QR code and read through it later on as well. We have been so lucky as to be able to share that white paper with a number of stakeholders, including the EU Commission cabinet members, and we have an open dialogue with several of them. And that brings us today. Our mission is really to foster dialogue, enable structured dialogue in order to overcome challenges and barriers on this path. And part of that is what we're doing today. We're having a structured dialogue together on the theme of how can we bring protein diversification to the mainstream for people and for planet. And with that, Sophia, I hand over to you for some thoughts about what it is and how the consumer fits into that. Thank you.
Very much.
I will put my glasses on so that you will all become a big blur, but I can see my notes. That's probably for the best. So good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about this important topic that Kari has so aptly introduced, bringing protein diversification to the mainstream for people and planet. So, in an era of growing populations, climate change and sustainable concerns, it's really very crucial that we explore a variety of avenues of innovations to reach a healthier future for both people and the planet. So, we don't have to go back very far. This is a little more than 100 years ago. What we ate looked very different to what we eat today. We spent 70% of our disposable income on food. We ate a tiny percent of what we put on our plate was meat or animal-based products. And since then, our modern food system has developed in parallel with a steady population growth, and we've all heard these figures. We predict that in 2050 we will beat 9.7 billion people. So this population growth is coupled with the improvements in living standard and changing dietary preferences has also led to an increase in animal-based food products. If we look at this graph, this is since the 1960s. We've gone from producing about 60 million tons of meat to about 300 million today. So if we continue like this with our population growth, we won't really be able to produce enough animal-based products to meet our needs. Added to that, the way we produce animal-based products have a significant environmental impact, including deforestation. I'm sure we've heard many things from previous speakers about the impact, greenhouse gas emissions and water pollution. So it's very clear that we have to do something to fix this. Alternative proteins have gained quite a lot of attention recently for their potential to address the environmental challenges, to address our health challenges, and to address our ethical concerns. Added to that, the European Commission's Farm to Fork strategy has identified alternative proteins as a key to the transition towards a more sustainable food system. But what needs to happen for these alternative proteins to gain traction and to become an integral part of our food system? Well, one thing that needs to happen is that we need to get consumers on board. And to do that, we need to understand what we, because we are all consumers, what we want, what we believe, and what we feel about these new innovations. So what do we know already? We know that sustainability is quite important to many consumers. In fact, 72% of people are motivated to be more sustainable. However, only 42% actually follow through in their purchase options. So there's quite a big gap between our intentions, our motivations, and our actual behavior. And added to that, many European consumers don't believe that our food system is producing particularly sustainable food products. In fact, only 35% believe that our food system produces products which are sustainable. If we look at how that compares to other things that consumers value about their food system, so we see that what scores the highest is always taste. Taste is what consumers believe our food system can do best, producing tasty food. Health kind of goes somewhere in the middle. About half of people think that our food system produces food that is healthy, and sustainability ranks bottom. There are some differences depending on age. So the older consumers, 55 plus, they are more confident in the integrity of our food system. Younger consumers, between 18 and 34, only 26 to 27% believe that our food system produces healthy and sustainable food. So consumers do believe that there's a need for sustainable food, but only 37% actually are open to adopting new types of food innovations. So if we are to innovate our food system, then it's important to understand that at the moment, people are not so keen on innovation. The topic of innovation sparks less enthusiasm than other topics that we discuss. Instead, it's met with distrust, skepticism, and sustainability in itself does not appear to be an important enough trigger to motivate people to adopting new foods. Reservations, there are plenty of reservations amongst consumers. They don't know what's in a product. They don't feel confident about the long-term effects of the innovation. They feel that things are too industrial, too unnatural, and technological food innovations are more linked to elite big city culture, and they're not really perceived as relevant to us all. And surprisingly, when talking about what innovation really is, quite a lot of people feel that innovation is innovating in traditional ways. So innovating our old-fashioned ways, circular, organic, natural resources, homegrown. And these ways are associated with being healthier and increased sustainability. The technology-centered approaches are associated with scary, fake, or not real. And people are more likely to trust technologies which improve the ways in which we produce our food, rather than tampering with the food itself. They want food technologies which can guarantee to lead to healthier and more sustainable food products. They want innovations which can help the food system and us as consumers to become more connected to our natural environment. And they want products without too big of a marketing campaign surrounding it, because that's felt to be dishonest. So when we look at specifics around alternative proteins, we see that there are some big categories amongst consumers. So we have named these categories the meat lovers, the omnivores, and the plant purists. So the biggest group are the omnivores. These are the people that are sort of sitting on the fence a little bit, not really sure what things like alternative proteins really mean. And then you have the meat lovers, which are very positive towards meat and eating meat, and the plant purists, which are very positive towards eating plants and plant-based products. And the group where we can make most gains are the omnivores. But to do that, we need to clear up some of the misconceptions. The misconceptions when looking at plant-based proteins, cultured meat, and insects are things like toxins. Will there be too many toxins or pesticides, in particular in insects? Unhealthy additives, perhaps that's something that will come in alternative plant proteins. Sustainability, are some of these products really as sustainable as they claim, because they're very processed, so that requires a lot of unsustainable practices, so that's at least what consumers perceive. So these misconceptions we first need to clear up. But in doing that, we can use different strategies, and this is also coupled with how we can introduce policies. We can change the default to influence conscious consumers. So for people who value sustainability and find healthiness important, changing the default on options to vegetarian could potentially be an option for reducing meat consumption, instead of increasing the price of meat. We can combine policies for all target groups. So instead of having an information campaign on its own, we can couple that with launching tasting opportunities and lowering prices for plant-based food. We can choose positive framing and reinforcement. So what was felt very strongly was that we should not demonize meat eaters. Instead, we should incentivize consumers to become more aware and choose plant-based options. Where am I? We should emphasize health and animal well-being rather than sustainability, because those are the things that matters more. And most importantly, we should not put the onus on consumers. This should be a joint collaborative action. We need to emphasize also how industry players and other players play their part. And there needs to be transparency on how these activities come together. So it's not just about consumers needing to change their behavior. What I presented today comes from the Consumer Observatory. So this is EIT Food's central hub for consumer insights on agri-food topics. It's a new program where we're gathering together all of EIT Food's knowledge on consumer behavior. We carry out bespoke research, we do up-to-date analysis, and what we want is to really get the unique insights, the actionable insights that can help us go from the food system we have now until one that is more sustainable in the future. If you're interested in getting some more information, please scan the barcode and we'll keep you posted. So in conclusion, just to wrap up what I've been saying, protein diversification really does present an opportunity for addressing global challenges and transforming our food system. After all, our food system is relatively new, the one we have today. It's been around for less than a century, so we should be able to change this right. On the other hand, during that time, we have changed too. Our habits, our business practices, and our dependencies have changed. By embracing alternative protein sources, such as plant-based proteins and cultivated proteins, could we really go towards achieving more sustainable food production? What, for example, will happen to meat-producing farmers if we shift focus onto alternative proteins? There are always many sides to a story, so now I'm going to turn to my esteemed panel to hear from them, who are all experts in their areas, what the opportunities and barriers for bringing protein diversification to the mainstream for people and planet might be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Excellent. I'll give the word to our other panel members for a short pitch, short introduction. Enno, you're particularly engaged in the plant-based solutions to protein diversification. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and especially what you do at Milzu?
Yes, thank you. So thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this panel, and also I'm really proud and happy that this kind of event happens here in Latvia, because it really gives possibility a little bit to highlight. I think that's food questions and food transactions, I think also in Latvia, because it helps a lot to speak also with government side. So regarding like innovation systems, how food innovation systems to little bit make some changes here. So thank you, EIT Food, for this kind of opportunity. Yeah. So my side from the plant-based. So yes, I could say maybe I'm not will tell you about future, but a little bit about past, because when we came and when I managed a company as a startup more, we are started with the breakfast cereals to produce. And then we understand that the cereal market is quite like old-fashioned, declining globally, and there you cannot come out with some nice innovation things. And then you started to look it around, to find some innovations where you can use the same technology, but just go slightly different kind of the way. So, and these situations and this thinking way from the company inside to looking for the new innovative things to go another kind of the segments, it comes from the networking with big, I could say, peas grower farmers, and also who is produce like peas proteins and flours. That they said that we have a lot of this peas protein, but we don't know what to use it. Maybe you can try with your technology. And this networking and this small, I could say, sentence, it's like somehow catched my mind at that moment, and really we started to make a lot of tests. And 5 years ago, we have made it like first like prototype. We go of course to the exhibition to give for criticize our products. We got a lot of knowledge how to made it, and now, yes, now we are really doing really cool product. We call like let's call hamburger. It's like for end users, but dry mass what we produce ourselves. It's combined with hemp seed protein with gray peas. And it's really, really cool product, because it's really, as you mentioned, there is like, there's definitely consumers want like that structure, the taste, and there not be like aftertaste of the peas, whatever, and so on, so on. So this is like some kind of the product evolutions, but from the inside out, from the company needs to diversify the risks and to go in other kind of the market. So this is our like small, not like I could say historically view from how we come to the plant-based proteins.
Well, thank you. That's very inspiring. You have actually done what we spoke about this morning, engaged with the farmers and helped farmers transition from cereal crops to grey peas that previously were only for feed, but now you're using them for highly value-added food products that can actually even be meat replacers, fully plant-based. I jump a step over to Robert. You are particularly active in cultivated meat. Tell us a bit more about that and how you act for protein diversification.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm very proud to work for a company called Mosa Meat, which pioneered this technology of cultivating meat. It's a European innovation, and when the first innovation broke through, it was open access. So now, today, there's over 150 companies around the world working on making meat from animal cells. And just a quick thing about the process. So we take a small sample of cells from a live animal without harm, small biopsy. We isolate those down to the most active adult stem cells or satellite cells. And we put them in a nutrient-rich cell feed, and we hold it at the temperature of the cow, so about 38 degrees Celsius. And basically, it tricks the cells into believing they're still inside of the animal, and they do what they do in nature. They multiply by orders of magnitude. And then we are able to instruct them to become muscle tissue or fat tissue, and we're able to recombine them to have the hamburger or the meatball experience that you're familiar with. And so it's a really innovative way to make meat, but it is meat. We're not making plant-based products. It is a bioidentical at a molecular level meat. So in Europe, there's a very clear way to go to market through the Novel Foods Law, and there'll be companies navigating through that. And there's already, on a global scale, this is a huge conversation happening right now. Cultivated meat has already been approved in Singapore, and then now just 2 weeks ago, the United States approved 2 different companies. So there's products being sold in different places of the world, and regulators around the world are updating their structure. And so I think you'll see a lot of these products on the market, ranging from chicken to beef, pork, all sorts of products. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll pause, is in terms of protein diversification, it's not just a conversation about a new way to make meat. There's also a huge potential for us to have partnerships that make a lot of sense, including with farmers, because the nutrients that we feed the cells come from crops. They're plant-based nutrients. You make those amino acids and sugars and nutrients from things like wheat, pea, soy, sugar beets, et cetera. And we're doing a lot of experimentation in that way. And then there's also, finally, a lot of opportunity for us to integrate with the plant-based community as well, because we can, for example, provide cultivated beef fat that really is about 95% of the sensory experience, the flavor that you know of beef, to be integrated into a plant-based product to make it even more delicious for that crowd that we were talking about before, the hardcore carnivores, which I put myself on that label. So. Yeah,
great. It's all tied together, actually. You mentioned novel food regulations, aspects around ensuring we follow the right processes and that we launch on the market things that are truly approved, that are safe, that's gone through all the right checks. Acacia, you're especially knowledgeable about that, about policy, and tell us a little bit about how you act on that side of protein diversification.
Sure, thank you. And firstly, just to say it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for EIT Food for really leaning into the topic of protein diversification. So just to go back a step, I work on the policy team, the European policy team of the Good Food Institute. We're an NGO that's active in 7 regions. We're fully funded by philanthropy. And we're really driven by this need that we see to have a systemic shift of the food system to something that's more sustainable and to something that's healthier. And there was a statistic that really stuck with me from earlier, that we need 70% more food by 2050, and we need to cut 90% emissions. That's huge. And of course, it's slightly different if we look at protein, but not much. It's 50% more protein we need by 2050. So yeah, this is the challenge that we're driven by, and we're focusing on plant-based, cultivated, and fermentation-based eggs, meat, and dairy, as we see that as being a really promising solution. And GFI acts as a field catalyzer. So we work with policymakers, as you've mentioned. We work with industry, and we work with researchers, really trying to connect the dots and see what the barriers are and how we can help to advance these sectors. And then, yeah, when it comes to policy, I mean, policy is crucial. Policy can be an enabler of innovation, and it can also be a block to innovation. And we're seeing different regions moving at different paces. And this is it's a perfect example of this. And I think Europe really wants to be a leader in sustainability and is in so many ways. But then this kind of barrier of, well, can we actually start using food products to help us reduce emissions and shift the food system? That's the situation we're in now. So yeah, I think it's really important that we're looking at things from this policy angle as well. And I'd also mention quickly, as Kari mentioned, GFI is the vice president of EIT Foods Protein Diversification Think Tank. I'm so excited by this platform. I really think one of the barriers that we face is the fragmentation of the system. And what we're doing as a think tank is we're stepping back. We're looking at this from a systems approach. So what are the different impacts and what needs to change and what are the barriers? And I think moving forward, we need more collaboration. Like Robert mentioned, using different side streams to make really fully circular food systems. So yeah, very excited by this, and I'd say watch the space.
Thank you so much. Acacia, you mentioned a few key figures that have struck you this morning and this afternoon. I'd like to ask the others as well, what is the key figure or fact that we really should have in mind when it comes to why we need to do protein diversification? Perhaps I'll start with you, Sophia.
Perhaps if I take a slightly different approach, for me, the key figure is one that I mentioned, the fact that we used to spend 70% of our disposable income on food. And if we think of what we spend today, I don't know what I spend, but certainly not 70%, maybe 7%, I don't know. Yeah. We need to, in general, we need to make food more valuable, a more valuable commodity. We need to raise awareness of what goes into producing food. And alternative proteins, I talked about the consumer hesitations, let's say, or things that people think about. Perhaps we also need to think about, it's not just about what you want to buy and what you don't want to buy, but what is necessary to buy. So perhaps, yeah, the main thing for me is perhaps the value we attach to food and how it's produced.
Good point. Enno, what do you think is a key fact or figure that we should have in mind?
Yeah, I think that it's normal process regarding like product evolution. Yeah, so when I think we are in just early stage, if we are looking in long term, that as more we are started to be involved to create the new products, especially like diversity to try find the different kinds of ingredients and something like that. So we will find out much more ideas and probably more tasty, probably more healthy, probably more sustainable, whatever. Yeah. So it means that we are creating like new segment. Yeah. So and without this process, we cannot. I could say we cannot develop ideas. So this is, I think, I'm looking from this perspective as product development. That it's normal process from what we are going. We enabling this kind of things. We are giving different kind of for the scientists even from the government side that we are looking forward here. For example, new innovation things. And this is a way how it must be done. So we need to educate, we need to give information, we need to involve producers, scientists, and all together to share knowledge and develop new products. So it's, from my side, it's like a nice product development process or evaluation.
Create new opportunities and develop tasty products so that we actually adopt them.
Yeah.
Right. Robert, any thoughts on the same thing?
1.5 degrees.
Yeah.
For me, it always comes back to that, and our ability to constrain climate change to that number, and the dire consequences if you don't. And if meat consumption is, as expected, going to go up by as much as 70% by 2050, you need 2.5 planet Earth's worth of land and water. The math just doesn't work. And so we have to layer in other ways of making protein on top of and complement the conventional system that we have now.
Indeed. Maybe what is, we talk about protein diversification, so it's not only about novel alternative proteins, it's everything. When we talk about protein diversification, it's about shifting diet, perhaps a bit closer to what we did 800 years ago. We might not need to go all the way to only 4% meat, but there's a huge difference. So shifting diets is part of it. Introducing more protein-rich plant food is key to it, as Enna's been talking about. We also cover algae, microalgae, macroalgae, insects, fungi, mycelium, and also the cell-based technologies. That is also a group with subgroups. We talk about biomass fermentation, we talk about precision fermentation, we talk about cultivated meat, and we even talk about cultivated plants. 2 weeks ago, some of us were in Helsinki at the CELAG conference, where we were also shown great results on cultivating cocoa, for example. So all within the tin tank, we span all of those, and even regeneratively produced meat. We've seen in the net zero session this morning that you can be negative carbon with a cattle farm as well. So that's also something we need to have in the big picture. So with that in mind, for each of you, what are some of the most promising solutions? And could you show us some concrete examples? Maybe I'll start with Robert.
Well, I think you'll guess what I'll say. But I come back to Sophie's presentation about segments of consumers. There are blocks of consumers that are meat eaters, and they're unlikely to change their behavior, which means that we need to offer them an analog solution that will meet their sensory requirements. That beautiful caramelization of meat in a pan, that Maillard reaction, the sizzle, the smell. And so we are focused on making cultivated beef because we want to bring a product to market that will pass muster with a group of consumers that are going to be very difficult to reach with any other analogs that you offer. And so if we're, again, we can't put all of the onus on consumers to change their behavior, which means you have to get as close to meeting them as where they are. And so we're striving for that sensory experience of replacing beef with beef. And giving them that option. They still may not choose it. Segments of them will not choose it. But if we can offset and change some behavior, especially that rising middle class in Asia where that real meat consumption is skyrocketing, and move them towards an alternative right off the bat, for us, that's the holy grail.
Yeah. Akasia, any thoughts about examples?
Yes, very similar thoughts. But I would first start by saying that we really believe there's no silver bullet. I mean, as we saw, there's different consumer segments, so we need a range of food products, and that's what we're really focusing on in the think tank. It should be about choice. We can't dictate to people what to eat, and policymakers are never going to do that. So it should be about choice, but it should be about giving consumers more sustainable choices. So the default option becomes more sustainable and more healthy. We can't put all the onus on consumers, exactly right. There is so much pressure on them already. So I think as a society, we need to try and make their life easier. And fully agree with the point about having food products that match what consumers are looking for. So we're really, at GFI, we're really interested in the omnivore, the flexitarian market, which I believe is around 30%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sophia. But if we can get flexitarians to shift 1 or 2 times a week from animal-based processed hamburgers or sausages to a plant-based version, This has huge impact because it's a huge part of the population that we're talking about. But in order to really get there, we need food products that are going to match in terms of taste, they're going to match in terms of texture and price. So I think this really needs to be central to all of our discussions, to policy making, to industry, to research. We have to get taste price parity.
And Enno, with Milso, you're addressing exactly that segment, aren't you? Tell us a bit more about your gray pea protein, how you bring it into a product, but also how you have been able to bring this to market coming from a local setting here in Latvia.
Yeah, this is good. So what I would like to add, so I could say, and also a little bit included the answer for your previous question. So I could say that first is, of course, information education for the customers. Yeah, so I could say this is a basic. Second, and it's really when we develop, for example, new products, something like that. So we count in mind that if you will come out with too radical, innovative product in a market, the market is not ready. The customers, they don't understand. And then they will say, why I don't understand, I don't believe it for this kind of thing. This is one of the possibilities that when we're coming out to the market with a product, it should be that market is ready, the consumer understand it. And if he didn't understand it, so then you need a lot of spend money in the marketing to explain it. Yeah, so this is one possibility, and this, as I said, that it means that for the customers, it's better to stay. I could say, and also with the communication in pull way. It means if we are going now even in the stores, we find a lot of products where it's like protein. So it's a lot of proteins, but in fact, the people, probability that they will buy the product because of the protein, we will find out. Probably the sportsmen or somebody, they understand that they need it, something like especially. But in fact, food we are buying to fulfill our biological needs. Yeah. To survive, let's go like that, yeah. So it means that if we are too pushy and aggressive with the marketing, it also will be a problem. So therefore, it's also probably need to more deeper understand how consumers are taking decision, and maybe there is also a little bit where we have conflict with the customers that we are too pushy with the marketing, or maybe we would like to give it in a market so radical, innovative idea, and market is not ready. We need to prepare a customer, so it's step by step.
Yeah, very good point. Most people don't go into the supermarket with their shopping list saying, buy a source of protein. They go in, get something for dinner, right? So yeah, we're talking about food, consumer things in food, and components of a meal. So a very good point made there. Sophia, what do you think are some of the most promising solutions out there?
Well, I would say, I mean, just sort of following on from what Acacia and Robert were saying, we have the different segments, and there's no silver bullet, there's no one size fits all. But if we look at this sort of the middle segment, where there's a bigger sway, let's say, taste and texture and price is very, very much the priority. If we are to take away one product and replace it with something else, it needs to be equivalent. We need to demonstrate that it's as healthy. It has no negative long-term effect. There's some worry about processing, so it's about information. You mentioned, I know, about preparing the market. I don't know whether you can prepare the market before, but you can sort of do it hand in hand somehow and provide the information. In terms of, Acacia, you mentioned something about policy. We see, at least in some of our studies, we see that actually information campaigns are acceptable, but people don't really want to be told what to do. And there's a general feeling that if you push something, if policy makers push a specific product, that's seen as a little bit dishonest because it can be lobbying and other types of things. So choice is something that people feel very strongly about. And you have the different segments. You will have the meat lovers and the plant purists that already have their convictions. And if you're a plant purist, then you're generally plant-based already. You're eating plant-based. You're not so interested necessarily in the alternative plant protein food types, because you're more interested in the whole foods. Whereas if you're the meat lover, you might consider something like cultured meat. And in the middle, it's more information. And just sort of a final point on that, the sort of the focus on protein in the shop. I agree with you. We don't go shopping for, I need so much carbohydrates and a protein source and something else. However, if you look around the shops these days, there are a lot of products which are marked full of protein, protein plus, and all of these things. And what we see is that the general public, normal people, and I include myself in that, actually lack a lot of knowledge of what we need, what kind of levels of protein do we need. And we sort of know that protein is important, and we should be eating protein, but the quality of the protein, the alternative versions of protein versus animal-based ones, there's a big confusion there as well. So there are lots of things to address, I would say. But yeah, agreeing with everybody.
And overall in Europe, we're not lacking, we're not deficient in protein in Europe, that's true. So we could also actually reduce our protein intake a bit. Yeah. Let's talk a bit about the challenges. We've heard several being mentioned. Of course, there are technical challenges to make alternative proteins. There are economic challenges, cost. We've heard mention of policy, regulation, novel food approvals. We've heard about the role of the farmers, and we've heard about nutrition, that we also need to formulate products that are tasty. I'd like to ask each of you, to highlight one of the challenges and also what might be the solutions, and perhaps how can we also learn from our neighbors or from other regions of the world and what they've done to succeed in overcoming some of those challenges. Acacia, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I'm looking at this from the policy angle, and I think there's really three main challenges that come out. The first one is the lack of and the need for a level playing field between animal-based food and new alternative proteins. And we've seen that with things like the proposal for the veggie burger ban in the EU a couple of years back, and this is popping up on the national levels as well. So there's a point there around how is this communicated to consumers? Do they know what plant-based sausage is supposed to do? If you don't say sausage, then do people even know what to do with it, how to cook it? So this is a really important part of it. Labeling is one example. Then, of course, there's the regulation piece, and Robert mentioned the novel foods regulation, which is the right place for novel foods to be regulated. And this process could be improved. It could be more transparent. We look at other regions that are moving ahead. I think this is really on the top of a lot of people's minds right now. And then the third point I'd mention is research and innovation. So I'm working specifically on research and innovation policy, so this is really dear to my heart. But at GFI, we really believe that this is probably the biggest barrier. And the fact that we need public institutions to be funding open access R&I, that's really the key point. Like Robert, you mentioned that it was open access at the beginning for most of meat. Now we have 150 companies working on cultivated meat. That's incredible. And it's a real barrier if a lot of companies are doing IP-protected research, which is essentially duplicative, whereas governments could be funding that early-stage research and allowing the whole sector to grow, which is how we really get to impact. And questions around taste and texture is the kind of thing that governments should really be focusing on. And I want to draw the parallel with renewable energy, and particularly electric vehicles. This is something that governments around the world have really got behind because they saw that this is a solution for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They could be doing the same thing with protein diversification. At the moment, it's still something that's more in the luxury market. It's accessible, but still not that accessible. There's still the taste and price issue. If governments put large amounts of funding behind this, we could really, really upscale this. And I think it was mentioned in the farming panel this morning, the fact that we're talking about public goods, right? So we're talking about reducing emissions, water, pollution, et cetera, et cetera. So if we're talking about public goods, we should also be talking about public funding. And yeah, I think this is really what needs to change.
And I believe we will hear more about how EIT Food is going to act in that direction over the next 2 days. Robert, what are your thoughts? What are the key challenges that we need to overcome in protein diversification?
Yeah, sure. Three quick ones. I would say internally as an industry, we're working on overcoming scaling challenges because we're essentially having to create a new supply and value chain. And moving from the research and development phase of this technology into production. And some companies are in various places. Mycelium, we opened our first pilot production facility on May 8th. That production facility in Maastricht will make tens of thousands of burgers a year as soon as we get the green light on regulatory approval. But that's a drop in the bucket. We need to scale much larger than that. And that means moving from pharmaceutical grade inputs for the cell media, the growth media, to more food and feed grade. And that's something that we've been working closely on. We have a great partnership with Nutreco, a huge animal feed organization, using their waste streams from their feed operation to make the media to grow our cells in. So we will get there, but it's, you know, we're creating something very new that's never been done before, and that is always a challenge. I want to hammer home something that Acacia said, that we could do a better job having coherence between our public policy priorities as a continent and our regulatory structure. That's one of the reasons, for example, that Singapore has become such an innovation hub in the food space. Is in 2019 they passed what's called the 30 by 30 plan to be producing 30% of their own food by 2030. And there is total alignment on that public policy goal through every ministry in the country. Now, their politics are different. There are things that are different, I get. But we need to do a better job of lining up what are our priorities in the climate crisis and biodiversity loss and you know, economic development, and make sure that that's in alignment with our regulatory structure. So I'll stop there.
Yeah. Enno, any thoughts on what are the key challenges for the businesses you're involved with?
Yeah, so I could say the biggest challenge probably from my side, or from my experience, I could say that's regarding regulations, or for example, like values, where we are going with protein diversification or other, for example, green from the European Union side, so everything is clear. But the problem, for example, here, at least, in Latvia, what we have it, so it means that how these regulations or these values are implemented here regionally. Yeah. So, and you can imagine if, for example, for the local governments or regional governments, let's call Latvian governments, they are shaking a little bit. That their minds, maybe yes, maybe not, and something like that. What happens with the farmers or something like that? Yeah. So I think this is also one of the challenges what we needed pay attention, that how the local governments or regional governments are implement or the ideas how we are trying to change future food or something like that. Yeah. So this is a very important point, because even me, when I'm helping and for the companies to develop like new products, I said you cannot go to looking these factors. For example, in local governments, we need to check what where our future see European Union, because we are in one community. But with local government, so if you are just listening to them, so it means every 5 years you are going different kinds of ways. So this, I think, at least in our small countries, this is some challenges, and therefore I'm really said, okay, European is more constant. Let's see where we are going, and this will be much more solid way. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I think it's time for us to take some of the questions as well from the audience. We have 33 questions, and we have votes. The one with the most votes comes up on top here is from Damien with 14 votes. A lot of innovations in the protein diversification space ends up as ultra-processed foods. How to favor low or no processed protein sources? Volunteers?
Yeah, I can say a couple of things about that. Yeah, really important question. I think that's something that's very topical at the moment. To go back, like to zoom out a little bit, I think there are some issues with the classification of ultra-processed that we need to be cognizant of before kind of applying this and saying that all plant-based products are ultra-processed. We don't have the sugar issue, for example. There's also more fiber. We need to bring some nuance to that discussion. We definitely need a lot more research and innovation. We definitely do. I mean, this is not to say that things cannot be better. They definitely can. And I think one of the really promising solutions is looking at blended products. It was mentioned this morning, fermentation can help bring the salt flavor, and then you can reduce the amount of salt that you put into plant-based products. This could be really foundational. And then I think another thing that I would urge to keep in mind, and I'm going to lose my train of thought there. Yeah, there we go. It depends what we're talking about, right? So if you're comparing processed plant-based food with chickpeas, kale, whole foods, it's very processed. But if you're comparing it with processed conventional animal-based products like hamburgers, like sausages, which are very unhealthy, the plant-based versions tend to be more healthy. And I think that's really important because we know that the people who are eating these products are the flexitarians who would otherwise be eating the processed meat version. So I think it's just important to keep that in mind.
Sophia?
Just to add to that, I'm not sure how much, the knowledge between ultra-processed and processed, what that general knowledge is. But what we've seen is when we looked at plant-based alternatives and animal-based products across the board, more or less, consumers do feel that the plant-based versions, so the plant-based options of an animal-based product, they feel that those are more processed than their counterparts, their animal counterparts. So whether that's true or not, I mean, that's then something that we need to address through communication, information, all sorts of things like that, because I think the association is then, if you think it's more processed, you immediately associate that with being less healthy. So it's kind of a chain effect that comes into play.
There are a number of questions here. I'll try and group some of them around the farmers. One person says, we discussed before how to enable farmer transition. However, most of the solutions for new proteins are industrial-based. How can we include farmers? Another question, how can we link the spread of regenerative agriculture to the diversification of proteins? How can we include both? And also one which is linked, which is the Mediterranean diet, which is already rich of natural and plant-based unprocessed proteins. Why is technology so much at the forefront versus traditional solutions? So now, is there a polarity technology of farmers, or can we bring it together? Can we help that? I have everybody wants to say something. No, please.
Okay, I will start. Probably you will. So I will go a little bit from that perspective also. That's when, for example, we as a producer using some technology, so we also thinking about waste food. It means that we also would like to prolong shelf life as well. Yeah. So this is also what we need to take into account when, for example, we are also, for example, let's call like deprocessed protein-based products producing or something like that. Let's call like that. So therefore, from the product production side, I usually said that any new product contains pluses and minuses. Yeah. So and we need a count that's minus less than a pluses, and then the product can, I could say, to be bringing the market. So it's just like what I would like to add. So.
Yeah, a couple of quick things. One is we haven't talked, but in addition to what I do daily here, I'm a classically trained chef, and I've worked with food and farmers and fishermen my entire career. I think farmers are the ultimate entrepreneurs, and they've done everything we've asked them to do to feed a planet, a growing planet, and we need to make sure that they're part of this transition 100%. I think that our technology in particular has a great symbiosis with regenerative agriculture, which is going to have to be at the forefront of transitioning our food system. And if you're going to have more extensive agriculture, you need more space. And we have the ability to produce intensive protein and intensive production of meat with about 95% less land. So we can help feed that growing planet and those meat eaters, especially in places like Asia, free up more land for rewilding and for regenerative practices. And so I think these two fit together nicely. And to say again that the feed that we need for ourselves needs to come from crops. It needs to come from farmers. So I think there's great opportunities for us to work together. For me, it's yes and, it's not or. All of these things have to come together in order for us to meet this wicked challenge that we've created for ourselves.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would just really, really agree with that. I think there's a false dichotomy between alternative proteins and regen ag or agroecology or extensive farming or however you want to call it. These two things go hand in hand. And that's why it's so important that we're having this more collaborative discussion to kind of break down those barriers. We haven't talked much about land today, but I mean, in the last year and a half, land is on everyone's mind in Europe, with food security, with energy security, the recent battles in the European Parliament on the nature restoration law, which is really suffering, maybe not going through. This is really worrying, and I think we need to step back as a society and think, in Europe, what are we doing with our land, and what is the most efficient use of our land? I think 70% of land in Europe goes to feed for animals. If you consider the pressures then with also the biodiversity targets we need to get to, it's just not sustainable. And if we want farmers to be able to move to higher value proposition like extensive farming, like local agroecology, we need to create land for them to do that.
Just finally, if we look at the moment, farmers out of the different entities in the food system are the most trusted by consumers. And if we want to get consumers on board with this transition, it would be a lost opportunity not to work together, work with farmers. They are seen as the custodian of the land, and we can use that to bring about this transition.
Very good.
Kari?
Yeah.
Can I just speak to the Mediterranean diet question as well quickly? I think it's a really interesting question, and I think, again, it goes back to what drives behavior change. And yes, ideally, we would all shift to whole foods. I completely agree with that. And yet, we have this huge pressure of needing to address agricultural emissions. We know we're not going to get to the Paris climate goals unless we address food systems. I mean, even if we cut all fossil fuel emissions and didn't address agriculture, we wouldn't get to 1.5. So we need to do something about that. We also know that consumer change takes a really long time. I heard that it's something like 7 generations. So we're eating today something that our ancestor 7 generations ago was also eating. So we don't have time to completely change consumers' mindsets. So information is important, but we need to be realistic about what drives change and work with that.
One very last question, because it's important. Plant-based products are often overpriced. How can we make them more affordable for less wealthy consumers to give them proper access to new protein and choice? Any thoughts on that?
I'll take a first stab because it's going to apply to us as well. You know, that's the fate we'll have as in a part of our go-to-market strategy. I think what Acacia said earlier about having a level playing field is so important. You know, animal-based products now are they're heavily subsidized. There's not an equal playing field, and so I'm not saying that we take those subsidies away, but we need to figure out a way to have a market introduction for alternative products that we at least take advantage of those benefits as well. And then the other thing too is I think that we have to give consumers the information that they need in order to make a choice at point of sale. And right now, I don't think we're reaching market share that we need to on plant-based products, and we'll also have the same challenge with cultivated products because some of the barriers that are put up at the point of sale, in retail.
Yes, I also would like to add that because the plant-based, not all the products are overpriced. For example, salads, that's not the normal price, yeah. So it's probably there is some niche of the products. And when we are developing new products, we of course go to a little bit to talk with the clients, potential clients, and especially for the key accounts. And we are discussing with them which segment which is better. For example, like is it a dry, is it a frozen, or it's for example chill. And for my surprise, it was that chill product. It really goes a lot of products like from after discount, something like if at these days, something like 50% like food waste. So and to compensate this food waste, they need to, of course, they don't want to lose the money. So if there's like building up a segment, they use much more bigger margin to compensate this. That's called food waste. Yeah. So and this also we need to pay. Keep in mind that, for example, if we are growing up like a segment, then it's also to understand which segment is better. Of course, the dry version, it will be the excellent, but probably it's too radical for the consumers to understand that if I add water at home back to the piece and I can shape it myself like a burger, whatever, yeah, so it's even be better and more sustainable than to go and buy a chill product what's staying in a store. So this is also about education, about the habits, and that's how that must be changed in the future, for example. Yeah. So therefore, there is different kinds of elements and factors what is here. So and at least as more be competitive, as more consumers understand. I see the prices, of course, is going down if we are completely talking about this segment.
Great. We're out of time. To close, just one word from each of one thing we need to do for the either short or long term, but going forward, what's one of the things we need to do?
One word? Optimism.
Cooperation.
Not the one word, sorry. But I could say when we create solutions, so don't complicate system.
Don't complicate.
Well, I echo Acacia. I say collaboration just to be different. Then.
Excellent. Thank you so much to all of you, and thanks to the audience for very good questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed, Carrie, as well, for your excellent moderation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Again, a round of applause, I think. So wonderful for tying that all together. I think everyone is free to go. We are going to take a break now, but I have, of course, got lots of housekeeping notes for you all. Once again, thank you to our online audience for using Slido to share those questions. Again, we had more than 50 questions, and for everyone in the audience here in Riga as well for doing so. Reminder to keep using that hashtag EITFood23 to share your thoughts on social media. We're going to take a break now for 1 hour. That's an opportunity to do more of your networking and matchmaking. Also a reminder for those here that local food startup tastings are taking place in the foyer. We also have 5 of the startups doing samples for their projects. If you're not looking for food and drink, perhaps you're looking for partners, then go and check out the Impact Zone. You will find there the EIT Food support team all ready and willing to help you. You can see there some more information about it. They'll set you up and help you connect with the companies and organizations you want to meet. After you've done all of that, done all your networking, we're going to go to our first round of breakout sessions, and those will start at 4 o'clock. So we have got 4 breakout sessions for you. Breakout session 1 will take place in this room. That is mission-based funding and collaboration opportunities. Breakout 2, democratization processes and public education, will take place in the Gamma room. 3 is public engagement, proof of concepts, funding to test your project idea. That takes place in room Sigma. And finally, breakout session 4, building consortia for success, takes place in Omega 2. You should all have registered for one of those 4 events and have received an email with a summary link. If you want to change, you can go to your email, click on that link, check register again, and that will allow you to change your breakout session if you've suddenly decided there's a different one you want to attend. Any questions? There's an info desk out there, and there's also the friendly team. You can spot them wearing their t-shirts, and they will help you out. And I'll see you back in the foyer at 5 o'clock for drinks.